Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's meeting. By telephone, please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091. Extras.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 estrella.
Thank you. All votes on tonight's agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. As a reminder, Bob's Rule of Order, a member's right to the floor is limited to 5 minutes at any time. A member may obtain the floor only once until all members are offered an opportunity to the floor. Okay, call a regular meeting to order. We'll now call and ask the city clerk to take a roll call vote.
Mayor Douglas,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Madera, Councilmember Teeter,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon, Councilmember Kim,
Here.
Councilmember Dukes, Councilmember Ford, Councilmember Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Douglas, you have a quorum.
All right, I need a motion second to excuse members not present. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that, please.
All right, I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, 7 yeses and 2 unexcused. All right, please join me in a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, do any council members wish to amend the agenda? Councilmember Teeter? No. Okay. All right. I need a motion and second to adopt the agenda as presented. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford?
Second.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to adopt the agenda as presented. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 7 with 2 excuse absences. Okay, now we'll take a recess to the Urban Renewal Authority meeting. And, let's see here, sorry. Okay. We'll now call the meeting to order and ask the secretary to take a roll call vote.
Chair Douglas,
Present.
Vice Chair Noble,
Present.
Commissioner Madera, Commissioner Teeter,
Present.
Commissioner Chacon, Commissioner Kim,
Here.
Commissioner Dukes, Commissioner Ford,
Present.
Commissioner Douglas,
Present.
Commissioner Amador, Commissioner Tedesco, Commissioner Machuga,
Here.
Chair Douglas, you have a quorum.
All right. Okay, I need a motion and second to excuse those members not presented. Councilmember Ford?
So move.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes. It's what, 9 with 2 unexcused absences. Okay, I need a motion and second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Teeter?
I move for approval.
Councilmember Kim?
action. Second.
All right. Motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. 9 with 2 unexcused absences. Okay, I need a motion and second to enter into executive session, Urban Renewal Authority of City Council pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4 and E and B, for the purpose of instructing negotiators regarding terms and exiting agreement for the sales of real property, specifically for Track B within the Mile High Greyhound Park, and for conferences with an attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice relating to the purchase and sale agreement regarding the same and potential application for amendment to the plan unit development, including Track B, application regarding the same for purchase to the sale agreement. So the motion on the floor is to enter into executive session as stated. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those
Mayor, you
opposed?
need
No,
a,
we need them.
you need a mover and a seconder.
Oh, didn't say that on here. Okay. Need a motion? Okay. Need a, okay, Councilmember Teeter?
I'll make that motion.
All right, Councilmember Kim?
Second.
All right. Motion on the floor is to enter an executive session as stated. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, that passes 9 with 2 unexcused absences. The meeting broadcast and recording will remain up, and the URA will return in approximately 30 minutes. Back to the city council regular meeting. The time now is 6:31. All right, seeing no further business, we will now adjourn URA meeting and reconvene the city council regular meeting. Okay, public comments. All public comments except for those on public hearings will occur now. If you are intending to, if you are intending to comment about a public hearing on tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comment for that particular hearing. Public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Persons registered to speak from multiple items may speak multiple times. Council members may address public comments during administrative business. And will the city clerk call on our first virtual or in-person speaker?
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our first in-person speaker tonight is going to be Ryan Kiefer.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Ryan Kiefer. Even though I am on the North Main Metro District 1 board, these are all comments of my own, and they have nothing to do with that board. I'm speaking because of the roundtable meeting that was held on Tuesday, Wednesday of last week, when I was unable to speak and had to listen to Mr. Dukes say things that were not correct, so the only way to get on the record was to come to here and speak about it. During that meeting, he said that it would be possible to vote out of metro districts, and there would be no issue with that, and that's just blatantly not true. I had some issues as well. Beyond
I
that,
can't hear him, Mayor, sorry. Can you speak up, sir?
absolutely. So when you were speaking last week, when you said that it would be possible to vote out of metro districts, even though the debt had to be existed somewhere, but we could choose to vote to get out of it, that's not possible. At least in my metro district, it's not possible at all. So I was here to clarify that was incorrect. There was a statement made by Rocky in that meeting as well, talking about how the metro districts were created so that the South didn't have to pay for the North infrastructure, which I can appreciate that. I have no issue and I understand that. And then the constant push to get the moratorium released so we can have more metro districts seems odd because we're not fixing the ones that currently exist. So where I live right now, I'm paying for my infrastructure and then all future infrastructure as well. But you want to put new metro districts into place now where they're not responsible for anything in the past, but they're going to take care of it in the future, but I'm still stuck paying for them as well. So how am I in the middle where the South doesn't want to pay for where I live, the new ones don't want to pay for where I live, but I get to pay for both? It just seems a little bit too far for me to accept. It always does concern me a little bit when we have metro districts, and I can't figure out why. There's always 4 of you that always vote for the stuff that's going to damage me the most, and it's Oscar, who's not here, Rocky, Charles Dukes, and Sean Ford. So I looked up to see who was in metro districts and what their mill levies were. I realized that 2 of you are not in metro district over there. Sean, looks like you weren't. This is from public record. If I'm incorrect, please feel free to correct me. I don't mean to be incorrect. Sean, looks like you're not in a metro district at all. And Charles, it looks like you're in a metro district where you pay 52.731 mill levies. Compared to those of us that are in the 98.25 mill levy, it's kind of hard to sit here and listen to how you think that metro districts are great, where yours makes sense because it's taking care of what needs to be there. Whereas ours takes us excess mill levy, sends it off to we don't know where, and we don't get anything out of it. You say we have amenities and whatnot, but my amenities are a bathing pool pretty much, or a bathtub pool in my neighborhood, one across the street, which is a disaster most of the time. They have no money to do anything infrastructure-wise. I get told that when I go to the meetings when they even will address me. So I don't understand how you're so positive on these things. Having the committee thing doesn't make sense to me either. How we're going to break it up and have these 4 different, what do you call it, the council, the citizens speaking in these things. It's difficult for me to understand them on the board, let alone people that live in my district that ask me about it, and I explain to them, and it's difficult there. So having people new to this, it's just going to cause more problems. I don't understand why you want to do that. Finally, it just sits to me, and I can't figure out, and I hate to say it this way, but I've gotten so to the point with you, I don't know what more to say. I don't know, Charles Dukes, if you're corrupt or just ignorant as to what's going on with these things. It really frustrates me. So my concern is it's the former, because I looked at it. You took a lot of money from Shea Homes in Oakwood to get elected for the most recent your you see right now, but you don't want to seem to do anything to fix that. So I have an easy thing for you. I'd like
Point of information or point of order?
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes is up. And hold on, there might have some questions for you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you. Okay, Councilmember Dukes?
Mr. Kiefer?
Yes.
Kiefer, I appreciate you coming up and sharing your concerns about the metro districts. And just a couple points of information that we want to clarify. Based on our study session, can I get our city attorney to weigh in around the ability under the title with the metro districts to, if the residents to choose to vote, they can look at dissolving metro district, is that correct?
I would need to look at the statute, sir, but my understanding in high level, right, is if there's debt that's been issued, you cannot dissolve without figuring out how that debt will be paid. So even if there was a vote, right, you have to know whether or not the debt is going to be paid before that vote would actually be effective.
Correct. So there is a debt, and then the citizens in the Metro District can choose to try to vote to dissolve the Metro District if they figure out a way to, is that correct? Look at City Manager Rogers, is that correct?
Yes, sir. In support of the city attorney's just recent point, there is a process that is established. There is a determination that needs to be made on how existing obligations are going to either be addressed through another appropriate body, whether that is an HOA, the city, or some other entity.
Okay, thank you, sir. The other point of information is that in our current 64 Metro Districts, are there how do you classify amenities?
Can I address the last question, the last discussion?
Sorry.
Councilmember Dukes, are you?
Sorry, that's the point of information for city attorney, clerk. When we think about amenities, does that include a rec center?
So I'm happy to get that answer for you and council. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure what the definition of amenities are under the respective service plans. So we can certainly look into that if that's something that the council would like.
Okay, thank you. It's just my understanding of amenities is connected trails, rec center, pools, and ability to have a beautiful couple of lakes as a part of some amenities that's considered impossible metro districts. The last piece is that just point of clarification, my metro district fee is 78 mils because I live in a Buffalo Run Highland, Buffalo Run Fairway, so it's about 78. So I just wanted the point of clarification for that.
I pulled that from the city council, the county.
Yeah, that's a point of clarification I want to share, just so it's out there in public record at 78 mils. And just for the record that, you know, the number of mills is hard for any residents, and I get it. I get the idea that the ability to pay and have your mills be as high as they are in some places, and we don't want that on anyone. The point that we were making at the town hall meeting was that what's in our control and what are some things we can try to fix or alleviate, there's a clear distinction. So there's different points of view on both of those sides. And so I want to thank you, Mr. Kiefer?
Yes.
Kiefer? Thank you, Mr. Kiefer.
All right.
Mr. Kiefer, did you want to answer that question about the amenities since you're on the board?
It was actually the one prior to that I wanted to address, if that was possible.
Go right ahead.
So the point where you're speaking to vote and have the HOA or someone else take over, that unfortunately was my last point I was going to bring up, but I ran out of time. So we would not be able to do that since we don't control our HOA and they refuse to allow us to have it. And am I allowed to go? How long do I have for this?
Well, just to answer that question.
Okay, so I can't go any further. All right, that's fine. So we can't do it, and in this case, Renewal Metro District will not allow us to do it. So, and maybe there are certain places. I mean, your Metro District does seem to be well operated. I looked at the budget; it made sense to me. Whereas mine is poorly operated, and they don't let us do anything. It's completely out of our hands, and the courts have taken over, and they actually have us in receivership now. So we couldn't vote if we wanted to.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Kiefer, for coming forward tonight. And you serve, just by way of full disclosure, you serve on the board of my Metro District, so which is North Range Metro District 1. The residents homeowners in North Range Metro District 1 do not have the opportunity to vote. It is Reunion Metro District, which is made up of a very small group of people who are the voters for the entire complex. That's North Range Metro District 1, North Range Metro District 2, North Range Metro District 3. And over the years, there have been at least 17 North Range Metro Districts approved under the Reunion Metro District banner. None of those North Range Metro Districts, homeowners have the ability to vote on anything except for officers like yourself. So thank you for your selflessness to spend time on this very complex issue. It's been quite something for the City Council to wrap its arms around, and just as you say, it would be difficult for everyday people. to do it as well, because it takes a lot of attention and learning to actually understand the Metro District process. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, Mr. Kiefer, I would like to thank you as well, and I'm really sorry that you didn't get to speak at the last town hall, and I wanted to thank you for attending that. For those of the public that attended, I think it was very beneficial, and it's so nice to have that change of the public being able to engage and let us know what's going on in your lives and how it's impacting you. So thank you so much for coming forward and taking the time to do both.
Thank you.
Any other council members want to speak before I go over second round? Councilmember Kim?
Mr. Kiefer, so full disclosure here as well, same with Mayor Pro Tem. I am within District 1. They said it so elegantly altogether, and I unfortunately don't know how to be very elegant because of my prior military background. This Metro District sucks. It's sucking the life out of the residents within those that are in the boundaries of one that are paying 98.25 mils. I wish without them that we would essentially be paying, I'd be paying only $4,000 versus $10,000 in property taxes. They have been sucking the life out of our people, and they are basically pushing people out. Especially those that are who are wanting to retire here, who are essentially collecting Social Security. And there's absolutely nothing that we could really do within Commerce City alone to get rid of that. State level, sure, maybe there's an option there. But unfortunately, at the state level, they're sucking too. So with that said, I want you to know to keep fighting the good fight, keep pushing through, keep the residents informed, let them know what is going on. So again, appreciate everything you do.
Okay, second time, Councilmember Dukes?
Just want to say thank you again for coming up and sharing your concerns. And the last point I think you made around making a vote in favor, that's a different opinion from the rest of the council. And this is just a PSA for our democracy. Before you villainize people with different opinions, it's important to note that, I'm elected. 36,000 residents across the city chose to put me in this seat. So I represent not just one or two individuals, but 36,000 people. And my campaign was not on Metro District reform. So I may have a different opinion, but it doesn't mean I'm a negative person or a bad person. It's just a different opinion. And that's just a PSA for whoever's watching, or as we think about this democracy. It's very important that we have a level discussion so we can find solutions. As I said before, no one wants to overpay than what they have to pay in certain areas of our city. It's hard on everybody. It's hard on our taxpayer. Inflation's high. It feels like you go to the grocery stores and you can't get a lot. So it's real across everybody. And yet there's different opinions on how to approach that. And so I just want to put that for the record, that it's not about being evil or corrupt or negative. It's just I have a different opinion on how we approach it based on facts. If we didn't have the discussion, we wouldn't have a law system, right? You have a defender and you have a prosecutor that has a set of facts that they argue and debate differently. But it doesn't mean they're both mean people or angry people. So this is opportunity for us, and as a council, continue to look for ways that we can build on our Saturday meeting when we talked about, arguing the issues, not the people. We talk about civics and civil discourse. And so I look forward to serving this body, serving this community, and serving the 36,000+ residents that elected me in this position. So I thank you, and I take that serious. So thank you.
Okay, for a second time, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. This is a point of information from the Sentinel Express. I would like to point out that there weren't even 36,000 people who voted in all of Commerce City.
Sorry, I meant 3,600. Sorry.
You had 2,634 votes, Mr. Dukes. Mr. Kim had 3,094. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you for bringing that up. One thing I want to address is Not only do we have a problem with our metro districts because we did an audit we have 68 metro districts in Commerce City. And in fact, service plans were approved along with HOAs. And now HOA, I know where you live, and I have to disclose as well. I live in that ward as well. And that was one of my things too, is to fight to make sure that metro districts are fair to all residents, homeowners, and that they don't have this burden going in for a long term. This is sickening. My taxes are $10,000. I own 2 homes there, so I'm paying $18,000 a year for property tax. That's insane. And where you live, any other place outside Metro District that doesn't have a Metro District, or even have one, they're at a budgeted amount people can afford. And most of them, I wouldn't say most, but there are quite a few that are governed by the residents and done very well, able to refinance and able to clear their debt. So once that debt's been paid off, and if they want to dissolve, they could do that. But if they have a operation maintenance they want to keep and have that ability to write that off their taxes, they can do that. And that's how a metro district is supposed to be. Not where people have to, we have plenty of homes for sale here, and not because of the economy, it's because of the pressure from the bills going up. So I just want to thank you very much for coming in and letting us know what's going on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our second in-person speaker tonight is going to be Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, council, mayor,
Good evening.
city management. The first thing I want to address tonight is I want to make something clear on record. Councilman Madera is not here, so I'm only going to briefly say this because I'd like to address him face to face. I don't like the fact that my name was brought up without my permission for any given reason. I don't think that should happen with anybody. If you're going to discuss something and you're going to put somebody's name out there for a reason, you ought to speak to that person first before you do it. So as that said, when Oscar decides to show up, I'll have a chance to address him face to face. But for some reason, our council member doesn't show up. He doesn't represent us. And I'm very unhappy about that. Very unhappy, because we are not getting anything resolved in our area, and we cannot depend on him. So, second part on the agenda is those large vehicles in the area. I am not only tired, I am fed up, literally fed up. We have begged, we have asked, we have pleaded, we have tried to resolve in many ways, and it's just not getting taken care of, and it's getting worse. And today, school session is back in. So now we've got to worry about the kids safely getting back to school. The speeders, the large trucks. I've called on the companies. They're a joke because they don't do anything to keep their trucks off that road, even though they know their trucks are on there and there's a weight limit. So today, before coming to council, I'm sitting right there on 68th and Brighton Boulevard. Here comes this big tanker through, Circle K. And I thought, oh no, you're not. You are not. And he pulled over into the turning lane, getting ready to turn down in front of the school. School's coming out of session right then and there. And I rolled my window down. I couldn't take a picture because my camera's messed up, so I just put my phone there. And then I waved him on, just did this. And I thought, go ahead and try to come around because I'm gonna pull right in front of you. You're not gonna go down this street. So none of this is getting taken care of. I've talked to the police department, and what's being told to me is, Ms. Valdez, I'm going to be completely honest with you. We cannot have the officers out there, see, Thursday through Sunday. There's no way, because we don't have enough officers. So I don't know what to tell you. I just have to be fully honest with you. So that's what I'm getting from the officers. And this is getting ridiculous. I mean, we've talked about blocking this road, and I guess that's what we're going to have to do in order to get this stuff to stop, because these are large. These are semis towing semis. These are semis towing large trucks. These are gas tankers coming through.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez.
So,
We'll see if there's any questions for you, okay? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. You know, I try to get to your neighborhood on occasion. I was there this morning. Didn't realize that school was already in for Adams 14, so I was kind of surprised. You know, we said that we were going to set it up so that the mayor was going to meet with people from CDOT and other agencies and the city manager. Has anything been done on that so far?
No, ma'am. Staff is meeting at our level. We have not taken the steps of working to set up, quite honestly, for elected officials, meeting with, or a elected official on representation of the city council, meeting with its colleagues in other organizations.
Okay.
I would need direction from the full council if you all would like to see that occur.
Oh, and I thought we did make that direction, that we,
Yes, that was past the last meeting, regular meeting we had.
The motion, as I read it, was for staff to get with CDOT, the county, to understand the impacts with their roadways, a inventory of such. There was a discussion at the last meeting about that was raised about wanting to meet with those individuals, which is very different than staff conducting analysis, research, getting back to the city and what can be done to address the issues of those vehicles or the lack of maintenance on those roads. I'll go back and pull that motion up as well as we continue to have this conversation.
all right, yeah, I remember that meeting because I tried to make a motion to make sure that there was a physical tour of the area so that you could get a firsthand understanding of what's actually going on there. So even though that was not a motion that was made, I would strongly urge you to consider doing that, because seeing it firsthand is much different than just doing an analysis on paper of different studies and what you think is occurring, because reality is much different than, I mean, you can do a study and the outcome can always be what you'd like it to be, but looking at it and seeing it and.
Well, it's not getting any better over there with the semis are blowing their horns at cars darting across the street. And then I stood out there and watched it happen. Before I was just hearing it, you know, standing on the front porch. Literally, I was standing in the middle of the yard when the car darts across the street and the semi's flying down. He wasn't doing 25 miles an hour, I can promise you that. And he's laying on his horn, and the guy, I guess, I don't know what he thought, but he didn't even think as he darted out across Colorado Boulevard to get to the west side. And then he realized, oh, the semi's here, you know? So we're waiting for something serious to happen. But if something doesn't happen pretty soon, Mr. Keith and I, we have vehicles, and he's got a big fifth wheel. And I can promise you,
Ms. Valdez,
it's gonna happen.
I appreciate that. Any other council members have any questions for Ms. Valdez?
Mayor, if
Councilmember
I
King?
may.
Okay.
Let me read the motion, and this is conferring both with the city attorney and the city clerk. but the motion was conduct an assessment by driving through rights-of-ways owned, maintained by the Colorado Department of Transportation in Adams County to identify potholes and other opportunities for road repairs and inform those responsible. 2, arrange a meeting with the state reps and county commissioners to discuss the infrastructure in the city. And 3, identify funding sources and a timeline to resolve these issues. So I will say, ma'am, my apologies for that piece. We are scheduled in meeting with the county and CDOT with respect to bullet number 1, which is conducting an assessment by driving through those rights-of-ways owned and maintained by CDOT in Adams County. Once that meeting has occurred, which is scheduled for this Thursday, we'll then take the necessary step for step 2, which is then to arrange, because then we'll have information and data that will be allow a fruitful discussion amongst all of those interested stakeholders, to which then maybe either independently or collaboratively we'll then determine bullet 3, identifying the funding source and the timeline to resolve those issues. So we're still trying to get to that first step, or past that first step.
Council, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Valdez. We had, the mayor and I had a discussion this afternoon with the city manager. He said that, and he can correct me if I'm wrong because he's sitting there, that they have had a discussion with the 2 different apartment projects that are going on to make sure that their trucks are not coming through neighborhoods. That there is apparently, as you have noted previously, someone who is moving the barrier.
And they're running them over.
Right. And so the fact that you're attempting to take photos is probably helpful because you can get the number that's on the trailer or the name of the company that's on the cab, that kind of thing, that would help identify whether it's the same company drivers that are violating what Commerce City is trying to do to help you. I think that would help as well. I know you've been doing so much already, but if you could try and do that, that would be really helpful.
Well, and I have to a certain extent, because I do want you guys to know that I have talked to the supervisor with Sturgeon. And occasionally Sturgeon, has their little hiccups where they have their trucks, their big crane trucks coming through, and I call on it immediately. City bus is another one, which I have called on them, and again, this morning saw a city bus coming down through along with Sturgeon. And then I see a supervisor truck actually following the crane truck. So when I called him, I left him a message saying, hey, your crane truck was on here at this time. He's coming through the lot, because it snaps a picture when their trucks go through. But you've got a supervisor following behind him. So I have not spoke to him yet on that matter. It's just a lot of them that are coming down through. These gas tankers, for some reason, Suncor, I guess they think that they're above and beyond anything and everything, and they don't have to control their tankers coming through, because that's exactly what's happening. There's no respect for the city when it comes to these truck drivers, And so, just to kind of give you a little bug, over the weekend, we had a
Valdez?
little birthday
Ms.
party
Valdez?
with my nephew.
Could you hold on that thought, please? Or you finish?
Ms. Valdez, thank you, and if anybody can whip them into shape, it's going to be you.
Oh, yeah, because we're gonna whip them into shape with that big fifth wheel blocking the road.
Councilmember
If
Kim?
that's what we have to do from now on, that's what we're going to do, because this is getting crazy, and now we have to worry about the kids
Thank you,
again.
Ms. Valdez.
Ms. Valdez, I know you can go on, and I think everybody's here has already said a lot as it is, but I will tell you right now, and for the record too, out of just pure safety for yourself, and not doing what CCPD should be doing or is attempting to do, please do not, I don't know how else to say this, but please don't go out there and get yourself arrested.
Well,
That's all I'm saying. Look, we got CCPD here, we got safety, we got city manager, we got all these folks that are really trying it. I know it takes time, but something will get done.
well, what was told to me is they don't have the manpower.
Get
They
it?
don't have the manpower to help and to have them out there, because
But
it took a while for
But
them.
more specific for you, I just want to make sure that you understand that please do not go off and do something. I know you, but I'm just saying, just don't go out there.
Yeah, you do know me.
Bottom line, please don't be dumb, with all due respect. That's all I ask.
Well, like I
Please.
said, if we can't get help one way, we're going to get in another.
Right.
And I don't want it to result to those other situations. I don't want to do that. And I know that the police department is doing what they can. But like I said before, and this is something we have to think about, they have other things to worry about. People shootings and car crashes and things of that sort, people's life being saved. They have to worry about that stuff. This petty stuff with these trucks is enough.
Right.
And it is the city's responsibility to handle this matter. They created this situation. Sorry, but the city created the mess that we're in right now. Now it's the city's responsibility to handle the mess they just created.
Understood.
Jim, more
Completely
Thank you very
understand.
much.
No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our third in-person speaker tonight is going to be Keith Rogers.
Evening, Mayor, City Council.
Evening.
One thing I'd like to say is thank you to the city that finally came out to clean our drains after a year and a half, but they did a halfway job. The pile of debris on the grate is still sitting on these people's sidewalk. That's unacceptable. That's stupid. You expect us to clean it up? That's their job. They're going to do a half-assed job. It's time to hit the road. We need to get RTD to fix those tracks on Colorado Boulevard and also across where Sturgeon goes, because I'm tired of hearing the trucks rattle. And this crap with the golf course again. $18 million on a stinking restaurant that we cannot afford to go to. We can't even afford to buy our own damn groceries anymore. That money should have been spent on the city, fixing the roads, fixing the medians, getting more officers in here to take care of this truck problem. I watched Gen Air, which is a propane tank, southbound on Colorado. Through the construction, that's only a northbound. We got to get somebody out there now, because if we don't start getting somebody out there, I'm calling the news. I've already called the state police, and if I have to go to the mayor of Colorado, I will. We're tired of it, tired of the noise, we're tired of the stupidity. Either get it done quick, because we're sick of it, and I will shut down the road. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Hold on. You got any council members have any questions for Mr. Rogers? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming forward once again. I know it takes up a lot of your time and energy to do this, but.
And it wakes me up in the middle of the night. I drive for a living. I
Right.
get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't have time to listen to trucks rattle all night.
Well, thank you for letting us know that the debris was left behind. So they cleaned the grate.
I didn't go look down in there, but they cleaned at least the top off.
They
But like I
cleaned the
say, they
top off?
left it on the sidewalk. Unacceptable.
All right. Can we get someone out there to make sure that's cleaned up?
We'll take a look, ma'am, and see what he's talking about.
All right. Thank you. And just keep coming back. We're hearing you. Thank you.
Any council members? Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor. Our fourth speaker tonight is Bernadette Bugarin.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Bernadette Bugarin. I just had a quick little concern, and I'm sure I should let you know, I sit on the board for the Metro District in Frontera Village, Filing 3, as well as the Metro District in the same area. But one of the issues that we've come up against, and it's been coming up a little bit more, are the trees in the tree lawn in the front, if there are some that need to be replaced. But according to the planned unit development from Commerce City, section 21-7510, I believe is where it's at, it states that we have to have those trees there. Is there any way to not have that? Is that something that can be changed? To not have that? I know that sometimes those tree roots can sometimes cause damage to the concrete in the front. We did have somebody that did recently trip and fall and hurt themselves. So there is like and that falls, to my understanding, it falls on the homeowner to repair that if that concrete gets broken up. So if there's a way, I mean, I'm in it too. I have a tree that I need to replace. If I don't have to replace the tree, I'd prefer not to. But if we have to, then I'll definitely put one in there. But it's just something that we've been discussing as an HOA. And that was my concern.
Thank you. Any council members have any questions? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward. This was a hot topic at the town hall public engagement meeting that we had the other night. And we need to get this resolved. The tree lines are too small, and we don't have an arborist who is guiding us properly on knowing how to grow a tree in a tree line. And because you're coming forward, you're adding on to the other people who have come forward on this. So thank you for coming forward and making this a topic that's on the forefront. We've got to figure this out. And I think we're working on the land development code right now.
Okay.
If there's a possibility that we could eliminate trees in the tree lawn, I'd like to see that happen, but I'm only one person, so, but before you replace a tree, maybe you could wait and find out what's gonna happen with that.
I'll bring that up to the board as well, because we've got to send out notices to homeowners if that's the case, if we're waiting on that. And so that's kind of where we as a board kind of said, okay, we'll take a step back and let's wait on it a little bit. So I do have one quick question on that. For the single-family detached, it says for 8,000 square feet size lot or less, it does say there's a minimum of one tree, but I believe that's just for the front and the side yard. When it says the tree lawn, it just says yes. It doesn't say required, but it says yes. Is there any gray area with that?
City Manager Rogers?
I would say that's an appropriate conversation to be had with our community development staff in review of the entire PUD document. I would ask you to reach out to our director to get some time together and kind of walk through that all together.
Awesome. We'll definitely do that. Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter?
I was just going to ask if we had any staff that could answer your question, but I guess we can wait. It's the same problem that was brought up at the town hall meeting. But thank you.
Thank you for your time. I greatly appreciate it. Good evening.
Oh, wait, hold on. Councilmember Dukes?
Just want to say thank you for coming in and sharing. Again, just echo some of my council members. It was brought up earlier at our town hall, and so we'll hopefully can find some type of resolution, because if it's happening here, it may be happening across our city. So I love to thank you for sharing it.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. I attended your HOA meeting.
Yes.
And it was also asked the council to allow the city to get with all the HOAs within the city in the fall to go over the legislation that was passed here within Commerce City and also with the state of Colorado. That way, everyone's on the same page and they can ask those questions, if this needs to be replaced or whatever. And usually it gets kind of pushed around, right? Oh, it's not us, it's the city and all that, right? Well, come fall, those questions and answers will be squared away. And yeah, I agree. It looks good on paper, with design, having trees in the tree lawn and all that, right? But it's just so narrow. 5 feet is not enough. And the fact that didn't take due diligence back then as developers to put in root barriers, that would have helped a lot. And that's what we require now to replace the tree, to put root barriers in there, which are anywhere from 24 to 36 feet in length. And that way, when the roots come out, they actually go down instead of out. That might be very helpful as well. But it's the cost to remove a tree, that's an issue as well. We met with the constituent over the weekend, and the neighbor took care of the sidewalk, but didn't take care of the roots. And now the problem's coming back. Yep.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you coming out.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Douglas, did you want to?
One more thing, Bernadette. Yes. If you could, would you look up my number in my phone number and text me your information? Because when a meeting about this comes up, I'd like to notify you so that you can participate.
Absolutely. Thank
Just
you so much.
text me your contact information, and I'll put it on my list of people.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our fifth in-person speaker tonight is Burke Scott Bowe.
Hi there. Like a few of the other speakers, I also attended the town hall last Thursday. Thank you for that opportunity. During my 3 minutes, I'd like to bring up 3 quick points, one which I brought up on Thursday night. I really do not like the idea that the Housing Authority is headquartered at the dog track property. It's a really bad look. It makes it look like the Housing Authority is in cahoots with the developer. Another point that I did not mention on Thursday night and would like to mention tonight is that I did attend the Housing Authority meeting in July. The meetings are held on the second Wednesday of each month. They had an executive session at that meeting with their attorney to discuss the possibility of spinning off as an autonomous, independent agency separate from this city. I think that's a terrible idea. I think that's a despicable idea. And I think on the second Wednesday of August, somebody from this council needs to be at that meeting and insist on being part of their executive session if they have another one. I also wanted to mention in the time I have left that I applied to serve on the Housing Authority. There's been a vacancy for a long, long time. On July 16th, I received the following email. Burke Scott Bowe, thank you for applying to serve on the Housing Authority. However, you do not meet the qualifications to serve on the Housing Authority. We appreciate your interest in serving Commerce City. Kind regards, Councilmember Chacon, Councilmember Douglas, Councilmember Dukes. When I replied to this email, it went to the email of 2 city staffers. I've replied 4 times asking for specifics as to why I do not qualify and have not heard back any of the 4 times. This has been 4 times over the course of the last 2.5 weeks. I suspect that the reason I don't qualify is because I'm a resident of Contour Estates. Maybe if you're a resident of one of the development projects, that's considered a conflict. I think that's outrageous. There is no interest gained in living in one of these places, especially if there's a dispute. When there's a dispute, the resident is more like a captive. You're guilty until proven innocent. The management company is judge, jury, and executioner and can often be in cahoots with the developer and the builder, which we see happening at the dog track right now between the Housing Authority and Del West. This is a big problem, and you guys need to get on it. And for the 3 of you who have given your city staff the authority to speak in your name, you need to know that they're not speaking in your name. Thank you.
Just a second, Mr. Scott. Councilmember Douglas?
And it's Mr. Bowe, is
View,
that right?
rhymes with view.
Bowe.
View with a B.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for coming forward, and I really appreciate that information because I was not aware of that. I serve on the interview board for boards and commissions, and my name was mentioned there, and I was not aware of it. So thank you very much for coming forward. I don't know if I missed that email.
It
But-
didn't go to you, it went to the city staffer. It was signed in your name. It didn't, I replied to the city staffer.
Thank you very much for that information. I appreciate you sharing, and I appreciate you taking the time to come, not only to this meeting, but to the town hall as well. So
I have some concerns about affordable housing in Commerce City.
I have concerns about affordable housing. I call it affordable housing. It's not. Yeah, I've been a realtor for many years. Affordable housing was my expertise. And what's happening right now is despicable. So, thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mr. Buell, for coming out and sharing. We, as you know, you articulate, we didn't know that the email goes out. You didn't get a response, and so I appreciate you sharing that you didn't get a response from our city staff. And I'll just, is there a city staff member that can commit to following up with Mr. Buell and kind of talk through the next steps of why his application wasn't able to go through? Or is that a part of our process? And can you clarify that?
Yes, to a certain extent, because it may then require others that I cannot speak on behalf of to be participatory in that discussion.
Sounds good. I guess my question is, after today, after Mr. Buell leaves, would someone respond to his email and get clarification? Give him clarification he's asking.
So, yeah, I don't know that it's a legal question, but my understanding is historically, after decisions have been made with regards to members becoming board members or commission members, those who were not selected were informed that they were not selected, but the rationale or reason why has been silent, and that has historically been our practice, which what I've been told.
And just to further that, that's been guidance that we've received, not necessarily from this council, but others, in respect to the matter in reviewing applications that deal with other entities that we do not govern.
Thank you for that response. And Mr. Buell, this sounds like something we have to address as council about the feedback.
Well, it just leaves me in the position of speculating.
Yeah.
I mean, my speculation is that it's because I'm a Contour resident, and if that's the reason, I think that's a bad reason. There's no interest to be gained. It's like saying the members of the city council should all be non-residents, because if you're residents, it's a conflict of interest. It's outrageous. You have to be residents. It's a representative democracy. The boards and commissions should be as well.
Yeah.
That's all.
Councilmember Dukes? I'm sorry, Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Buell. So quick question, were you actually interviewed by the boards and commission?
No, I submitted an online application.
When did you submit that application?
Just before the deadline. There was a deadline in July. I believe it was a Saturday in July, and I submitted the application either Thursday or Friday.
Okay, so you were
And
never,
it said there would be interviews. If I had been called to an interview, the interviews would be that
so I
following.
do the following week, so I do
Yes.
recall there was interviews that were occurring Saturday, July 20th. So with that kind of said there, Mr. Gibson, if I may,
Certainly.
I guess the question from you, I guess, is there any form of conflict or anything to that effect, that the fact that he lives in Contour or anything like that? Have you seen his application? Have you?
I'm not comfortable discussing the rationale behind the decision in a public setting, sir.
Copy that. All right, so maybe we'll have a discussion afterwards. But anyways, yeah, so if you met the deadline, your application was submitted, then on July 20th, that was actually the next board and commission meeting that we did have. I do not remember seeing your application on there at all, or if you were potentially reached out to try to set something up at all either. So
Well, I got the email on the 16th that said I didn't qualify.
yeah. So I think there's probably gonna be some furtherance of discussion, probably with the city manager too, to figure out what happened.
And there are other good people in town. I'm
Sure.
just saying you need to get on the housing authority and some issues there.
Understood. So actually, the next meeting for the Housing Authority is Wednesday, August 14th, from
Right.
5:45 to 7:45. I'm actually serving on that board along with Councilmember Madera, who's the alternate. So I will be at that next meeting for sure,
In the executive session.
if there is an
If there
executive
is one.
session. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. And City Manager Rogers, could you possibly make sure, not tonight, but tomorrow, we can get the terms of what the qualifications are for our residents that deals with conflicts? Because that right there would clear a lot of things up, because to me, if you're a resident, no matter where you live, you should be able to apply for the boards and commission unless you work for a company. I can see conflict, but I would like to see the language that states why a resident could not participate if they live within a certain building, because we have a lot of buildings that we have agreements with as far as the housing authority in the city. And the same thing with the dog track, or those people live over there in the URA, are they not allowed to apply and participate on boards and commissions? So if you can clear that up for all of us, that'd be great.
With all due respect, Mayor, I don't know if I can make that commitment. It requires me to have to engage, or our organization to have to engage with housing authority staff that review the application, in particular those that, like I said, I cannot speak on behalf of. And I think that may be a little bit more involved and not as direct as you may want it to be. So that may take some time. Just speaking about that.
It's just a language. I just wanted to see what residents get, whoever applies, because I applied when I wasn't on the city council, and I went through the application process, and I got selected to be alternate for the planning commission. And I don't recall anything about any stipulations if there is a conflict, but that's all I'm asking is what the true language is, so we all know. So I appreciate that.
We'll do our best, sir.
Thank you.
I have one more question.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yeah. City Manager Rogers, is
Yes, ma'am.
it the case then that the Housing Authority is the one who has the say over who comes on the Housing Authority Board?
Without overstepping my role, I want to make sure that I'm fair and balanced in communicating what I understand, is that the Housing Authority staff, as well as its council, will review those applications and then provide a determination on eligibility to us as staff in regards to who is serving. So once again, we're simply serving as the pass-through of information from who submitted to them in review of who can then be able to be seated for an interview to possibly become a member of the Housing Authority Board. And if they are not, then there are general information and feedback that we may receive as to why they are not. Once again, I'm trying not to overstep my role and or responsibility with respect to the Housing Authority Board and the process that they have governed.
I appreciate that, and I just wanted to make it clear, if possible, that it may not have involved city staff making this determination. Thank you.
All right, thank you. City Clerk, any more speakers?
Yes, Mayor, we have one more in-person speaker tonight, and that is going to be Anna Quinones.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Ana Quiñones, and I'm from the Rose Hill community. I'm a homeowner there, and I just wanted to just mention to you guys, Monaco Street and Monaco and 59th going east really would benefit from a pedestrian walkway and maybe the triangle lights. I think it's a very dangerous area. I witness it firsthand. I go to the park a lot, and just getting across from 59th to Pioneer Park is very dangerous. Cars just see you coming and they step on it. I do want to say thank you so much to Mayor Douglas and City Councilwoman Douglas there was a pedestrian sign that fell down and they got it up right away, and we really appreciate that. And that's it.
Thank you. Any council members have any questions for our speaker? Councilmember Douglas?
And I want to thank you as well for attending the town hall that was held at Eagle Point and just getting involved in the community. Yeah, you're obviously a natural-born leader, so I want to thank you for coming to the town hall and speaking up and having your voice heard. And I think we should look at that crosswalk on Monaco. It is,
Yes, especially with Monaco Park opening up this fall, there will be a lot of foot traffic, and I just hate for an accident to happen. Also, down the road, the other way, there is the elderly retirement home, I believe. So I just think it's a area that really needs attention. On the other side of the street, you guys have similar setup with the pedestrian walkway, the triangle lights, and I just think it would be really nice to have it on the other side of Pioneer Park too.
take a look at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for coming forward and asking us also to come over and visit with you and show us the different issues you have, the challenges you have when you walk your daughter over to Pioneer Park. And just want to mention to City Manager Rogers that there's an alley behind her house as well. And I don't know if Public Works can go over there. There's people have just been dropping couches off and just, it looks really bad back there, so.
We'll look into that matter, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for coming through.
Thank you.
That concludes all of our in-person and virtual speakers tonight, Mayor Douglas.
All right, thank you. Okay, members of the public were able to submit written comments online by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline and incorporated. If the follow-up is necessary, you should be expected to be contacted by a staff member. Okay, next up is the presentation, 2025 Budget Preliminary Session 1. And I'll invite Chris Johnson, Finance Budget Manager, forward. Presentation.
Well, first off, I'd like to say thank you to the mayor and honorable council for allowing me to speak tonight. And also I'd like to say thank you to City Manager Rogers for the same opportunity. First, I'll take you through the agenda of tonight. I'm going to touch quickly on the city manager's philosophy. We'll go over general fund balance, specifically how we ended 2023. We'll look at revenues and expenditures from both a past, present, and future standpoint, and we'll show how that wraps up into our current draft source and use for 2025. Following that, we will go through the budget requests submitted by departments for the 2025 budget process, and then I'll hand it off to Chief Guadagnola to go over some police staffing information. And then Deputy Director of Public Works, Jenna Hahn, will step up to talk about the capital investment program. And then I'll come back, to wrap it up with the end of the budget calendar and some next steps. At the beginning of the year, City Manager Rogers gave us 4 keystones to kind of base the 2025 budget policy off. One of these is realistic demand for accountable results. We're looking for fiscal discipline and doing the important things well. We need a pragmatic and functional process. It needs to work for everyone. And we need to question our past patterns of spending and not just rely on those to guide our future decisions. When we were going and initiating the 2025 budget process, we took all these to heart. Before we can talk about 2025, it's important to look at the past, more specifically how we ended 2023. As you can see on the slide, we ended 2023 with a current unaudited fund balance of $103.7 million. When you start backing out all our assigned fund balances, you could see the non-spendable there in that purple. The light red is our restricted fund balances, and then everything in that green yellowish color is our assigned fund balances. Once those are backed out, we were left with our remaining unassigned general fund balance of $52.9 million, with the amounts required to balance the 24 budget, as well as a couple of mid-year appropriations touching on that unassigned fund balance. We were left with $39.3 million. Jumping down to our 2K fund balance, for anybody who don't know, the 2K is the 1% increase to sales tax that was voted on way back in 2012 to fund 5 projects and the O&M along with those. The 2023 2K fund balance ended at 11.4, but in 2024 we budgeted about 5.1 million to CIP to fund projects. So we were remaining with a restricted fund balance of 6.3 in 2K. As we look at the comparisons over the years, you can see we had a steady gain from 18 to 2022, and then a large jump in 2021. We had a great sales and use tax year that was buoyed by 13 million in audit revenue that really helped bring those numbers up. In 2022, we started to spend that down. A large portion of that was to the Buffalo Run clubhouse remodel, and then the initial funding for the police substation. That accounted for 26 million of that 30 million we dropped down there. And then a strong revenue year last year brought us back up to 52, and then the appropriations we talked about brought us down to 39. One thing I want to point out on this slide is that our current 2K fund balance is at the lowest it's been in years, and you will see that reflected later on when we show a much more modest 2K transfer to CIP this year than we have shown in the past to try to inflate that balance up in the future. Looking at our general fund revenues, you can see we've bounced around the past couple of years, and we ended last year at 139. I want to add some context to some of these numbers as they don't always reflect our consistent revenues. In 2021, I already talked about the audit revenue. In 2020 and 2022 and 2023, we were largely affected by our interest revenue, which is mostly ran by what we call a market adjustment. It's not a payment, it's an accounting entry, but at the end of every year, the city has various investments, mostly in like government bonds and types of things. Just like the stock market, they go up and down throughout the year. At the end of the year, we have to match our numbers to where they are, the fair market value at 12/31. In most years, it ends up around, it could be negative, but it generally lives in that like 1 to 4 million range. In 2022, we actually had a negative 12 market adjustment. And that was kind of rebounded in 2023 where we had over 8 million positive. So if you kind of know those numbers back out, it kind of evens out that line, and you could see where we ended up in 2024 and then 2023. This year, for 2025, currently we have a 1.5 million market adjustment or interest revenue predicted, which is more in line with our historical averages. Along with that, in the 2025 numbers, we have a 1.5% increase growth on sales and use tax actuals. Other things reflected in that number, we've still seen downward trends in fines and court fees. Building permits have been on a slow downward trend. And then in these numbers is also a planned closure of Bison Grill, as we expect the remodel to have some effect on services as they're operating out a food truck instead of the entire restaurant. We predict that will have a 40% decrease in sales. So all those factors is how we landed on the 132.4 million you see up there. We wanted to dig a little deeper in sales and use tax. Anybody familiar with our revenues knows how much we rely on sales and use tax revenue. Some years it can be around 70% of our total revenues. What I thought interesting was about this chart is how you could see both the two darker colors, dark blue and the dark gray, are our sales tax numbers separated from our standard sales tax and use K and 2K. You could see from all years we've seen a steady increase in sales tax, while the lighter colors are our use tax, our use tax numbers, and you can see those kind of move up and down. Those are dependent on things like development and other less controllable natures. So while it's easy to predict the increase in sales tax, it's sometimes hard to predict our use tax numbers as there's some outside factors. As you can see, the last 3 years, our increase in sales tax is kind of covered for our decrease in use tax to keep us moving upward on the revenue levels. As we look year over year, you can see how anomalous that 2021 year was, a 38% increase, whereas every other year we lived between 4 and 1.5%. Looking at our year over year data, currently we're at a 2.87 increase over 2023 with halfway through the 2024. I will say that a lot of these numbers are very fluid. Last year at this time, we showed a negative year over year, and by the end of the year, that ended up with about a 4 million increase. If the next few months show and continue that 2.8 or even increases that percent increase, we would look to revise our sales use tax numbers and move them upward. Now looking at expenditures, you can see we had modest increase in 2021 while the pandemic was on the mind. And I want to say these expenditures numbers we're showing are the department budgets, plus our debt transfers and any debt paid out of the general fund, plus required transfers like elected officials' retirement and things of that nature. We do not include the CIP transfer out of these numbers as we're looking to kind of compare apples to apples, and where we are at this point in the budget process, the CIP transfer has not yet been initiated. Again, that huge revenue year, we started to spend some of that down in 2022 as we increased personnel and extra divisions and services. And of course, from 22 to 24, we dealt with inflation that has affected pretty much everyone. The 2024 expenditure number is also a little higher than it would be normally. We budgeted a over $4 million transfer to pay off the remaining water debt, the 2017B that was paid off this year. The main driver of those expenditures are what we call base budgets. These are the department budgets based around the current services they offer today. Every 2 or 3 years, we do what we call as a base budget analysis, where we look at trends and past years to try to reset and right-size every department's budget. This was one of those years. We looked at 2 and 3 year averages and then tried to identify inflation factors for any lines that we saw constant growth over the years. Once we developed that process, we sent it out to departments, and then we met with all department directors and negotiated those numbers and tried to find numbers that could work for everyone, and that's where we sit on the 2025 base on that side. Looking at variances, you'll see salaries and benefits on most of these as the cost of labor continues to increase. You also see a large CMO variance that was mostly driven by the well-being division moving from CD to the city manager's office to help facilitate the MyC3 program. We also had a large computer allocation this year as some of the bigger contracts in IT are out to be renegotiated, and the vendors have led them to believe that there will be some large increases, one of those will being the Axon contract. We saw increases in public safety and PRG as some of those items were right-sided, and contracts such as the AdCom contract and victim services program were added in. You'll notice the legislative went down. That was completely actually based on computer allocation as council switched from laptops to iPads, which decreased their IT needs. You'll see IT actually has a decrease right now. That's because there was a $1.8 million transfer of retained earnings to fund some IT projects that was included last year. Once we backed that out, as every year we reset that, showing them as negative. When you look at the budget request, there will be another one this year. So once it's all said and done, their budget will show that increase. As we put the slides together, the operating and revenue, you can see the gap has kind of decreased that we enjoyed earlier in this decade as we deal with increased costs and revenue not quite increasing as it has in the past. It shows that we don't have as much to transfer to CIP. We look at, so we need to come up with creative ways to help fund projects further on. Looking at different revenue sources, grant opportunities, and et cetera will be key to helping the city finance projects moving forward. Pulling those in together to form our source and use, this is the full general fund. You should see the 2K allocation totaling $133.9 million. Pulling out of that all the department budgets as well as debt service and transfers to the elected officials retirement fund, debt service funds, and CIP per policy. We end up with a positive $4.4 million to fund balance. As we have to split out 2K and our regular general fund, you can see the 2K pulling in around $25 million and showing an impact to fund balance of a positive 3.1. And then for our regular general fund, we're showing a positive impact to 1.2 million. These are before budget requests. For our next 6 slides, we are going to go over our department budget requests. Departments submitted requests on May 17th for consideration. We had over 54 requests totaling 9.6 million. We had departments go over internal priorities and rank the requests, and we specifically wanted them to, one, link it to the strategic plan, and two, focus on four key areas: public safety, community appearance, economic development, and then capital projects and infrastructures. Once those departments took those, the request priority you see on the screen today came from the department heads. Budget staff completed initial review of the budget requests. Budget requests were also routed for additional review by HR, IT, fleet, and facilities based on the type of requests. For instance, a position will go to HR. If you're requesting a vehicle, it will go to fleet to review to make sure the estimates are accurate. After the initial review, the 3 assistant city managers independently reviewed budget requests and then met as a group to review and discuss them. ACMs met with departments and made initial funding decisions. These initial funding decisions were then shared with the city manager, who reviewed requests and provided feedback and made final funding decisions. Out of the 9.6 million requested, 5 million were approved. Of those, 3.9 million will become from the general fund, 1.5 will come out of IT retained earnings, and just over 350K will come from fleet retained earnings. I will go through each of these slides with any notes that I have on them. For this first one, the office renovation for CD is going to be handled by moving staff over to the Adams Tower. On this Human Resources one, DEI training is in as a no, but that was added to their base budget as a essential human resource need. On the IT requests, both the wireless refresh and the AV refresh are the ones coming from IT retained earnings. Those are planned refreshes that we have been saving for in past years. On this slide, you see requests coming from the city manager's office, more specifically from city clerk, which is that CC, community relations, which is the CR, and community well-being. This slide makes up the request from economic development and municipal court. Just like the DEI training, the probation services there is in as a no, but we added it to base as an essential service. Looking at the parks request, the senior park rangers is in as a yes, but that is only one position is approved right now, and the second will be reviewed mid-year. And then finally, on the public safety request, the co-responder program is in as a no. I spoke with Jenny earlier. We have one grant approved for $208K to help fund that, and we're hoping to hear back from Adams County soon on another grant that would cover the remaining of that total. If that does not happen, we may have to rethink. And I also want to note that additional slides with information from Chief Guadagnola will be coming shortly. So we take that initial general fund surplus and we take out the 2025 budget requests that are at a yes right now, as well as the preliminary CIP transfer, and we show a 4.2 million negative impact to fund balance. For 2K, we take that 3.1, had a much more modest 750K pulled out, so we expect to add 2.3 to the 2K fund balance at the end of the year. At this time, I'm going to pass it over to the chief to go over some police staffing information.
Well, thank you for giving me a little bit of time here briefly. I just wanted to touch base on a couple of things. We in the police department have worked with HR and the city manager's office to try and craft a way to develop some hiring strategies that support the growth of the police department, but not encumber unnecessarily some other dollars that can be spent in the city elsewhere. This remains a challenging time for recruiting, and the process from hiring to getting somebody out on the road takes anywhere from 15 to 17 months. There's a slide momentarily that I'll show you in that regard. We have 178 funded positions, 126 filled sworn positions, and 11 people between the recruits and cadets in our academy. One of the other strategies that we're using is we're authorized 15 overhires. So that will allow us to take advantage of any talent that we might be able to find above and beyond our authorized strength at a time that might be able to help our organization move forward. 3 of the 8 requested officer positions we are going to attain by reclassing court martial positions. And the slide after this one is a staffing assessment, but that is just good for one snapshot. So real briefly, or a snapshot in time, rather. Real briefly, this slide really is just meant to be a graphic representation for how long it takes to get somebody onto the road. From the time we post a job, January 1st through 15th of a calendar year, by the time we go through interviews, get somebody into the academy, after a conditional offer and their background, get them through the academy, get them into field training, get them out of field training. That is typically about a 15-month time frame. So we are constantly trying to fill the ranks. Again, it's a challenging time to recruit, but we are making very good progress in that regard, and we hope to continue to do that. Currently, again, this is just a snapshot in time, but this is police staffing information with regard to where we were at week before last, I think, when this slide was developed. So a little bit of perspective. We are at a point now where we're able to put together a crime prevention team that will be moving into the area of the Small Business Resource Center. We're able to stand up some specialized units that we haven't been able to. We continue to work toward filling that gap of the 24 sworn that we're down, but we are making positive progress in that regard. So with that, I think next is Deputy Director Jenna Hahn.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Let's talk about CIP. So when we look across all city departments right now, we have 112 open CIP projects. So when we talk about open projects here, we're not thinking about projects that we would like to fund for 2025. We are, however, talking about our 71 active projects, 30 on-deck projects, 4 Horizon projects, and 7 projects that are currently in the process of being closed out. Now, when we look at the list of both open and active projects, there is a very healthy distribution of projects that are being completed in the core city, projects that are being completed in the Northern Range, and projects that are designed to benefit the city as a whole. If anyone is interested in taking a deep dive into that list of 112 CIP projects, that information was provided in tonight's packet. We have them categorized by active, on deck, as well as Horizon projects, and there's information in there including ward and estimated completion date for active projects. So in order to set the CIP program up for success this year, as well as future years, staff has several recommendations and next steps for City Council. So first and foremost, we recommend completing these projects that we've flagged as active before we move on to the on-deck and Horizon projects. So essentially here, as an active project is closed out by a city staff member, we can then bring on one of the on-deck projects that we have slated and ready to go. That will allow us to close out some projects and start delivering some of these promised CIP projects to our residents. Next, we want to incorporate the first year of the draft CIP plan into the proposed budget. This next bullet here is something I feel we're already doing quite well, but would like to highlight. So within our CIP project, we of course want to make sure we are promoting a balanced approach to meeting capital needs within all areas of the city. But within that, we will of course place special emphasis on any key areas. An example here would be focusing on core city sidewalk infrastructure in our CIP program and supplemented by ARPA dollars. And then this last bullet is more of an announcement, something that staff has been working on pretty extensively over the last several months, is a new and improved public-facing CIP dashboard that both council and members of the public will be able to utilize. We are going to have that live for you all by the end of Q3. And I just want to go ahead and give some preliminary kudos to staff from GIS, Public Works, as well as the Center for Innovation, who have spent many months getting this dashboard ready for you all. And it will be an interactive platform for folks to go on and click on CIP projects and see exactly where they're at in the process. So that is my highlight of CIP. Chris?
Before we wrap up, I just want to highlight any items that might be subject to change in our budget, 2025 budget numbers. Of course, we will incorporate additions, changes per council direction. We will continue to look at revenues and revise any estimates if applicable. We always do a refresh of our position budgeting data to catch any raises or any changes that have happened there. And then we will shortly here revise our benefits insurance data, as those meetings are taking place very soon. And then we will run the internal service fund allocations a final time to incorporate any approved budget requests that revise there. And we will also run the 2K O&M model that is impacted by the position budgeting refresh. On the budget calendar, the next steps are we're scheduled for the next 2 Mondays to go over legislative budget, other items, and any additional feedback that you require. And then on September 9th, we will look to wrap up our 2025 budget at the council budget retreat. Me and my staff will go and get to work building the budget book and putting everything together. And then on October 21st, we will open the public hearing on the budget and then close that a few weeks later on November 4th. At this time, city leadership and staff are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Johnson, are your parents watching tonight too?
No, after all the feedback I got last time, I told them this meeting was last week.
Copy that. Hey, just a couple more questions for you, Mr. Johnson, too, is, number one is, I guess when I look at the priorities and how the scoring was placed versus, priority 1 through 7 or whatever the case is, I'm assuming 1 is your most important, 7 is your least important, but then you've got how that was broken out to show, priority 1 was a no, but then the others were actually a yes. Just kind of wanting to understand as far as how is that determined as far as what you and the team essentially will allow versus won't allow. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I would look to the city manager to relay how the actual decisions were made. I know for the request priority, we challenge the departments to rank the requests so we can try to determine what is most important to them.
Okay.
Sometimes that's hard. They don't always like doing that, listing them all as one.
Totally.
Has happened. And then the ACMs are in constant communication with them, the assistant city managers, to determine if that makes the most sense. And then CMO and the deputy director made the final decisions.
Understand that. And then the other, I guess, 2 recommendations, just this coming just from me, I don't know how the rest of council feels, but with specific to those departments and those titles that are there, is it possible to see, I guess, a little bit more information regarding what those specific ones are?
Absolutely. We have a budget request book that we put together that I believe we can share before the next meeting.
Okay. Perfect. And then secondly is on top of that too, with regards to the different department requests, I think I've seen a couple of them from even last year that were on there this year. I was just kind of curious to know is it possible as well, and maybe I'm not asking you to answer this tonight, but is it possible as well to determine the ones that were actually on from last year that were still a no, and does that make sense? Like as far as trying to figure out, you've got a couple of them that I remember seeing, if I'm not mistaken, that were on there from last year to this year, and then they were still no. Just wondering what's the deal? So.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at that for you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. That's all I've got. Thank you, Mayor.
The council members have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Sorry about that. Yes, I do. I'm noticing that in 2020, the expenditures were 83 million, and the estimate upcoming is 127 million, which is a pretty significant increase for a city of our size. That's about 40 million, 45 million, if my math is correct. To what do we attribute that kind of increase?
I mean, there's several things. Inflation has a big one, but probably the vast majority of that was right-sizing our staffing. There was one year, I think we added around 50-something positions in a single year to try to get up to staffing levels to appropriately meet service levels. And then on top of that, with increases to all our contract services, as pretty much everybody has jumped on the inflation train is how those expenses have increased.
Okay, and impact fees, how are we doing in terms of recovering the several $1 million in impact fees that haven't been collected?
I can jump in there. So, Mayor Pro Tem, if you may recall, our view right now is that that's under settlement discretion. We are having settlement conversations with all the relevant developers in question.
Okay, I was just wondering how the status is going, because that would be revenue
Yeah.
to add to the budget.
It's a very fair question. Those conversations are ongoing. We do not have a definitive answer for any of those yet.
All right, and I've been asked many times by people why they are still paying the 1% 2K. And I really don't have an answer because I wasn't around when that bond started. So if you could help me understand, there were 5 projects for that the residents, the voters in Commerce City approved the 2K bond for 5 projects. But it sounds like we're using the money, the revenue from 2K, the 1% sales tax, on lots of different programs now. And is that authorized by the initiative that was passed by Commerce City voters?
Good evening, Council. Teresa Wilson, the city's finance director. The 2K 1% additional sales tax was approved by the voters in perpetuity. It didn't have an expiration date, and it was approved to fund the original 5 projects plus the ongoing operations and maintenance related to those 5 projects. We have since approved 2K funding for use on additional projects, but all of those projects have been in line with the original sentiment of those 5 projects, meaning that we've kept it related to parks and transportation and road projects.
All right, wonderful. I'll be able to convey that. Thank you. And for the chief, it's my understanding that Commerce City is the only city in Adams County that doesn't have a co-responder program. That is, we don't have a team that we work with of therapists when there are mental health issues encountered in Commerce City. And I wondered what your philosophy is on a co-responder program and putting it in the budget.
Yes, thank you for the question. I can't address whether or not we're the only city. I will tell you we currently do not have one. From my prior background and experience, I'm a big supporter of these programs. We have been looking for a number of different ways to fund these. We've been successful in one grant. I actually have a meeting later this week and one 2 weeks from today with a couple of different organizations that might be able to help place professionals with us and provide some clinical oversight to that program as we're able to stand it up. But we are looking at starting a program as soon as practical. Ideally, from my perspective, it would be a couple of co-responders and a case manager, but at this point, we'll be happy to put together whatever we can as soon as we can, because there is most assuredly a need.
Okay, if there's anything we can do to help, please let us know.
Thank you.
And that is certainly something I remember about you when you were interviewing for your position, was your position on these kinds of programs. So thank you. I'm glad to see you're looking at that now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, very quickly, Mayor, to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, while it is a no, as you see it on the screen earlier, Mr. Johnson did clarify that we have received grant funding and we are awaiting notification as to if we've received the other half. So right now, we're assuming that we're going to be in a better position to have our first year fully funded for this upcoming year through grant funds, both local and at the state level. If that happens to change, then obviously we will come back to this council throughout this process leading up into October, November to make certain adjustments. But we feel really confident based on the conversations that we've had with Adams County Health Department as well as the state that that full $400,000 necessary to be able to meet what the chief has just shared with you should be able to go forward.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. I see on here the capital investment around sidewalk infrastructure improvement, and I'm excited for our core city. Can someone kind of talk through what that looks like in terms of where the infrastructure will start, stop and kind of the vision for that?
Unless you would like to answer, Jason Rogers? Okay. Yes, happy to address that question. So we are specifically looking at building the sidewalk infrastructure into the Build C3 program that we have ARPA dollars for to supplement the existing funds that we have to use in the CIP program. So right now, we have a list that the department has put together of areas within the core city that need sidewalk work, and we're going through prioritizing, figuring out how we can best expend the allocated ARPA dollars. So we don't have set areas yet, but it's something we're actively working on in partnership with Jim Tolbert.
Thank you. Just to follow up, or go ahead, City Manager Rogers. Oh, just to follow, thank you for that. Will this include expanding sidewalks? There's a number of parts of our city where it's 3 feet. We'll add another 3 feet to make it ADA compliant.
Not specifically with the ARPA dollars, but other CIP future projects, absolutely, when
Okay.
we're looking at pavement management.
Thank you.
Just for some additional context, we have, not just through our CIP program, we've also talked about our Bill C3 program, obviously, which are ARPA dollars, which will have some assignment of investment from that, as well as what you most recently heard with our annual action plan through CDBG, through the Section 108 program of taking a loan out. That will also be an additional 1.7, 1.9 million on top of that to look at filling those gaps, being able to ensure that we have appropriate widths that can meet ADA requirements. When we start thinking about things more expensive, like what you find with detached sidewalks and other aspects, that then starts to take into account the existing roadway infrastructure, how you then start to impact the travel of vehicles, which I think gets back to what Ms. Hahn was talking about when thinking about some of those newer projects, reconstruction projects. That gives us a better sense of how to be able to address that and be a little bit more engaged with our community than just trying to help them get from point A to point B.
Okay, any other city council members? Before I go to the second round, Councilmember Teeter, do you have any questions? Councilmember Ford? Councilmember Douglas? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. What about the 96th Avenue expansion and a wall? Residents have been asking about a sound wall, and that isn't going, the cost of that isn't going to be determined, I guess, for a few more weeks.
Yeah, certainly a great question. So I think the most exciting update is that the 96 project was put out to bid last week, which is a huge milestone. So we will be getting numbers in the foreseeable future. Now, specifically regarding the sound wall study, we had an independent consultant look at that. They have all of their data and they have not finished running their analysis. So I don't have an answer for you or the residents at this time with whether or not they will recommend a sound wall, but as soon as we know, we'll be sure to alert you and residents in the area.
Okay, and was there anything from Public Works on 112th or Chambers?
Do you have, yes.
112th Avenue or Chambers Road?
We do have active projects, yes.
Okay, and when you were talking about active projects, when you categorize something as an active project, does that mean that you actually have the funding for it?
Yes, and great clarification question. So active means it's funded. Our staff is currently working on it in various phases of the CIP life cycle. On deck projects also include projects that could have funding, and it's just those horizon projects really that we haven't quite figured out the full funding package for yet.
Thank you for the clarification.
My pleasure.
All right, Jenna? Ms. Hahn, thank you. Appreciate that. Since no other questions I see here, so out of 112 CIP projects, could we, as council, get a list of what those are? Because this right here just gives us the snapshot, the highlights. I mean, the numbers as a whole, but it doesn't go into detail of what those 112 CIP projects are.
I believe that is in your packet. However, we can send something out separately that focuses just on the active projects rather than including the full list of 112, unless you're asking for all 112.
Well, okay, I'll check that out. Now, 30 on deck, and I know it was brought up for Chambers. And is this the time to ask for it or on our budget retreat as far as adding, like Heartland and Chambers, getting a temporary light there as we did for 96th and Telluride?
City Manager Rogers.
I think this is a good point, Mayor. I would say, obviously, to introduce some ideas as it pertains to the CIP list. As we discussed at the study session on July 22nd, when we first introduced this list to you all, if you all want to add something to that list, something has to come off of this list. Once again, this is maximizing all of our resources as it relates to our various project management with our CIP team, but also our available resources. And as you can tell, based off of just how we have continued to grow as an organization over the last 4 to 5 years and how we're balancing our budget out of our unassigned general fund balance into the CIP, we are trying to take a pragmatic approach on how to address a lot of these different needs that we're hearing from the community, both in our northern range, our core city, but also for those that are reliant upon it within our businesses throughout the city. So if there is a desire to want to add something, I would only encourage and engage the council in identifying that something that may not be as an active project that should go onto the on deck or even into the horizon. But that would be my continued encouragement from that discussion that we had on July 22nd.
I appreciate that. And then another question was the flat concrete contract that was awarded back in May, I believe. Do you recall what that amount was, and did that include the sidewalks? I thought it had to deal with ADA requirements for the ramps and the corners and widening some of the sidewalks on on 60th.
I can't recall, Mayor, off the top of my head, but I think what we can do is provide you with what that scope of work was at that time, the dollar amount, into your packet of materials, so that you have that for that second presentation next Monday.
Okay, and then the business retention expansion, ED for 120,000. And could you elaborate on, or someone from the ED expand on that, why that was a no?
So you'll see across the board, and maybe if we can flip back over to the presentation, we'll have that slide back up. Generally across the board, you'll find a no with ED. However, what's not, I'll say, articulated within the slide is that there is a yes. So there's a total amount of about 465,000, give or take or minus a couple thousand, across all of the various requests from ED. As they are now properly staffed and continue to identify their operative strategy on how to address the needs and the demands and to help provide supply for growing our commercial basis, we wanted to at least give them some initial funding that then would allow them to expend that over the course of the year. In the event that they need additional funds, we can then re-engage with you all, because this was not necessarily thinking about the leadership structure that we had in place that we now do with Mr. Anderson, Mr. Dennison, as well as Mr. Fetterplace. So this actually states that we're giving them 265 of the 465 to see how we're able to deploy that in the various components and functions. And if there is a need to continue to improve that budget, we will do so. One thing that was not shared with you, I think it is important to kind of help frame, yes, there's the city manager philosophical discussion at the beginning of this, but we also looked at this from a priority function of the organization. What are the 3 priorities that we wanted to tackle for this upcoming year based off of the feedback that we've heard from the community, as well as you all as our elected officials and policy leadership? And those came down to really 3 categories. 1 being economic development, 2 being public safety, and 3 being the public infrastructure that we have in the city. And we attempted, based off of being fiscally sound and minded, on how best to accomplish that by adding new resources and or programs, as well as funds for various projects. So we're not saying that they won't be able to realize the 465 now, but there is a lot of activity that they're using that this will go to, that we want to see how it gets spent across the first 6 months of the year, ultimately then leading into potentially additional appropriations to realize that full amount.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to the consent agenda. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'm sorry, one more thing, which is metro districts. Given the fact that we had so much attention put on them at the town hall, Councilmember Kim asked those in attendance to raise their hands on a vote, and everyone but 2 people, I think it was, raised their hands on this issue and its importance. Most of the north is a metro district, and we don't have a liaison person in place who would be in charge of things like determining if metro district service plans are being met, working with DOLA, checking to make sure all the forms are being provided annually to the city and to DOLA, reviewing audits, reviewing any other measures that a city is entitled to do under Title 32. I think it's a really important role to play. This is the 3rd city council since, or the 4th maybe, I think it's the 4th, since a city council requested a person for metro districts. I know when Mayor Douglas was a council member, it was something that council asked for in the budget process. So it seems that this has become an issue that is far beyond our, we can't ignore it any longer. It is another government. It is someone that we should have a liaison with because there are 68 metro districts, and I look forward to the updated metro district map that I have requested because some were left off. I don't know where to put that person, but we really do need someone who has an eye on metro districts in Commerce City and can put their attention on it. I hope the council feels the same way.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I have more comments, but I'm going to wait until the budget comes up. So seeing no others, we'll go on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council in a single motion and a vote. Any council members may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion, a separate vote. Tonight, there are 7 items on the consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Okay, I need a motion and second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second the motion.
Okay. Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
Minutes of the July 15th, 2024 regular meeting, ordinance 2583, an ordinance amending Article 3 of Chapter 9 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, CCRMC, by adding a new Division 9 establishing a short-term rental registration program in the city of Commerce City. Ordinance 2603, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by reappropriating remaining donations, grant balances in the general fund, police donations fund, and grants fund totaling $202,154.60 and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2604, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant in the amount of $18,000 for driving under the influence DUI enforcement efforts. Ordinance 2605, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by reappropriating remaining Metropolitan Football Stadium District funding balances in the amount of $24,398.28 for continued use on youth activities and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Resolution 2024-013, resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City. Resolution 2024-085, a resolution authorizing award of a construction contract agreement for repairs at Paradise Island Pool at Pioneer Park. Your vote is open.
All right, that passes 7 yeses and 2 excused absences. Okay, public hearings. All right, ordinance LUP-085-24, amending comprehensive plan for the southeast corner of 88th Avenue and E470 from DIA technology to utility. Tonight's first public hearing is on this case, as I just stated. I will remind the council of the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express your opinion or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on facts developed in this hearing and in the record, and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. I will invite the city attorney to address the council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I want to open the public hearing. Per council policy number CP 22, I am limiting testimony for the applicant in the city to 20 minutes each. I invite the applicant to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Eric Carlson, Foster Graham, Milson and Kalisher, 360 South Garfield Street, Denver, 80209. We are before you tonight with 4 different applications regarding the Tower landfill. This is a package of land use approvals. Here, per your direction, will take 20 minutes for the first public hearing, which is the future land use map amendment. The remaining 3 applications will be shorter in our presentations, but in the interest of giving you a comprehensive review at the onset, we wanted to do this. So first, let us start. Our agenda today will be that we're going to give a quick overview of Republic Services. We have Brian Roop, the area vice president, will come up here. We're going to keep all of our slides short. We know you've had the application packet and the materials for about a week. So we'll move quickly through our slides in the interest of time. Then we'll go through an application review, and we'll specifically discuss the future land use map amendment tonight. So we will just start with, this has been a very collaborative process. This is a positive, a supportive addition. We know the value that landfills bring to a thriving economic community. So without further ado, I'll bring up Brian Roop, the area vice president, here to kick us off.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As Eric alluded to, my name is Brian Roop. I work for Republic Services, 8480 Tower Road, Commerce City, Colorado, 80022. And I'd like to echo Eric's comments just around all the work that's gone into this, both acknowledge our internal Republic team as well as city staff, as we've done a lot of work and there's been a lot of countless hours to get us to this point. I'll start out with a quick overview of Republic Services, talk a little bit about our long-term successful partnership with Commerce City, and then lastly wrap up with what you might expect to see in our annex request. As part of my overview, I figured I'd give you a quick history lesson on Tower Road landfill. So it was opened in 1980 and quickly acquired by BFI. It's since gone through 2 other either acquisitions or mergers. So in 1999, it was purchased by Allied Waste, and then Allied Waste and Republic Services merged in 2008, and Republic Services has been the owner and operator since then. Another big change for how Republic Services operates in this market happened in June of last year as we acquired GFL, and in this market, formerly Alpine Waste Services. And I would just call out, it added a lot of assets across Colorado, but 2 really important assets I want to call out for tonight's meeting was we added 2 recycle centers to our portfolio, 1 in Colorado Springs and 1 right here in Denver. Republic Services is a leader in sustainability, and as such, Tower Landfill is really just one of over 200 active landfills that Republic Services owns and operates responsibly. And I thought I'd share with you a little bit. I'm happy to share that our 2023 sustainability report was published last week. And for anyone who wants to get more details on that, you can go to our website and look under sustainability and see it all. I was going to share one piece of information because it's important as we talk about landfills, and that is our progress against our climate leadership goals. And we are on pace to beat or exceed our climate leadership goals by our date of 2030. And this is important because this is how we manage all of our landfills. In addition, I mentioned that the acquisition of GFL increased our employee count to over 1,000 employees across the state of Colorado, and a third of those are right here in Commerce City. That makes us a top 10 employer for the city. You probably all know that we service all the residential homes in the city, and we do that through a completely renewable natural gas fleet. And we also, as part of our sustainability efforts, diverted 3,600 tons out of a landfill and to our Denver Recycle Center last year, just from Commerce City alone. I also would like to call out that in addition to our sustainability efforts, Tower Road Landfill provides economic benefit to the city of $1.4 million directly related to our host fees. And based on your budget presentation just a few minutes ago, that represents just about 1% of your general fund. And then lastly, I thought I'd just quickly share that Republic Services is really evolving, and traditionally we've been a solid waste company, but we're transitioning to a sustainability company. And I think these awards by our external partners and third party speak to that, both with our environmental efforts, but also with employees and ethics. And I'll give you one quick example. So Republic Services opened the first of its kind Polymer Center in Las Vegas recently. And the significance of this is right now where plastics go, we recycle plastics and really they get downcycled, right, into products like carpet or synthetic lumber. And with this, the significance of the Las Vegas Polymer Center is that now that bottle of Coke that you drank today is truly recycled and creates a circular economy so that that same plastic can be remanufactured into a bottle so that when you drink it tomorrow, it can be the same plastic. And this hits home because as of August, all of the plastics that are collected and processed in our Denver Recycle Center are headed to the Las Vegas Polymer Center. So now I'd like to transition and talk a little bit about our long-term successful partnership with Commerce City and just call out a couple of things quickly here. First of all, our partnership started really early. In 1999, Tower Road Landfill was annexed into Commerce City, and at that time we contributed $3.6 million as part of our help to construct the South Adams water line. In addition, we continue to support with additional dedication of right-of-way on Tower Road for the expansion project, and obviously that's an important thoroughfare through the city of Commerce City. And then lastly, I'd like to call out the 4 free landfill days that we provide, and this is important for all of the citizens. We get almost 400 to 500 vehicles each and every one of these landfill days. And it's not only for our single-family residents, but also for those property owners that may have debris at their sites and helping keep them in compliance with all of the ordinances. In addition, it makes sure that these materials get into the landfill and properly managed as opposed to finding them way to the side of the road or some sort of back alley. And then lastly, what can you expect from the annexation? Well, we think this is a win-win. Certainly, I think this property that we're asking to annex into Commerce City and be part of this landfill project is uniquely positioned. First of all, it does not create any use incompatibilities. And secondly, this parcel is the only parcel that sits between the current Tower landfill and the E470 byway. And so for that reason, those two entities act as a natural buffer on both the east and the west side of the Full and Wider property. So what are you going to see? As we shared during our community outreach meetings, some of the big items that this unlocks and the value that it unlocks is that we're going to be relocating our interest facility from East 88th Avenue, south and east to the Full and Wider property. We're also going to be recontouring the northern slope of the landfill and incorporating more natural vegetation and adding some more vegetation screening on the east side. What does that do for Commerce City and its citizens? Well, it creates a much safer intersection, alleviates traffic flow, and it makes sure that landfill operations and the entrance of the landfill are much less visible to folks from the road and to those developments north of East 88th. It also helps all the buffers and the added vegetation also will continue to block the view from even E470 onto the new property. And we think for all these reasons and the continued success, this will allow us to continue to provide all the value that Tower Road landfill has been able to provide Commerce City for now and in the future. And if you're like me, you need I'm always a better learner through visual, so I figure a couple pictures of what the project would look like in the future would be good. So I hopped in my helicopter for this one and flew over E470, and I think what you'll see is the existing Tower landfill in the background. That white ribbon represents Second Creek, and then the full and wider property as part of our annexation request is comfortably nestled between E470 and the current Tower landfill. And a slightly closer look, this is from the East 88th overpass, looking at the proposed new landfill entrance and operations, and you can see where that opaque fence, along with berms and vegetation, help block most of the view of those operations. So hopefully I have what your appetite, what you're going to hear from Eric. He's certainly going to cover all of the application review in more detail, and I look forward to questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. So the 4 applications that are in front of you tonight are a future land use map amendment to change the future land use designation from DIA technology to utility. Second is the annexation. Third is the PUD zone document amendment, which would add the annexation property into the existing Allied Waste PUD. And then a right-of-way vacation for a undeveloped right-of-way Himalaya Street. The best orientation here is through this map. Of course, the red indicates the current 644 acres that currently encompasses the Tower landfill. The blue is the 110 acres of the annexation property. Bisecting the two of them is the undeveloped Himalaya right-of-way vacation. So we'll start with, as Brian was talking about, the one of the biggest items that we want to address with this application is that current area circled in blue is where the existing entrance is to the Tower landfill. So trucks typically come on Tower Road. They're on the west side. They turn on East 88th Avenue and they enter the landfill there. That also means that that's an area of the landfill that is open. There's visual impact to the north. Moving that entrance to the east onto the annexation property gives Republic an opportunity to fill in that area that's circled in blue. It gives them an opportunity to recontour the northern line of the landfill, which creates additional buffer to the north. And you'll see, we'll show you on our zoning site plan maps how the new entrance will have less visual impacts to the north. It'll pull those ancillary uses off of East 88th Avenue and give a more cohesive look. It'll also pull the traffic largely off of Tower with the new intersection there at E470 and East 88th Avenue. Of course, in conjunction with all of these applications that are in front of you tonight, Republic has and always will comply with their state and local approvals through the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment and the Adams County Health Department. These are obviously landfills are heavily regulated uses, and they continue to work in collaboration with those agencies to ensure the sustainable and environmental operations of this important use. We will talk about the future land use map designation here from DIA technology to utility in more detail in just a second. But first, we wanted to show the annexation PUD zone document just to give you a little bit of orientation there. This will in fact create 2 new parcels within the Allied Waste PUD. So parcels being planning areas that have their own set of permitted uses within those parcels. The purple is A1, the green is parcel H, with one of the big benefits here is that parcel H will contain ancillary uses that don't require the same environmental remediation. Thus, when the Tower landfill is eventually closed, we can redevelop those areas with commercial uses. We've talked about the Himalaya right away, which is undeveloped in the middle, so I won't spend a lot of time on that now. I'd like to spend a few minutes back on the future land use map amendment and approval criteria here. So as I'm sure you all know, your existing comprehensive plan shows this as DIA technology. Of course, the forthcoming updated comprehensive plan, should you adopt that, actually identifies this area as district number 10, which is the DIA Gateway District character area, which does show utility as a permitted and encouraged land use in that area. So, if this application if the timing was a little different on this, we wouldn't be here for a future land use map amendment. But, we wanted to put together the entirety of the application package here. We think that there is plenty of support, and it's, if you see here, I like the colors here because it shows that from Tower Road all the way over to E470, this would create one, coherent single land use designation for this property, one use, which I think creates the natural buffers from Tower Road and E470. And obviously the boundary of your city to the south. So it's really a natural buffer for the landfill use. The first application or the first approval criteria for your future land use map amendment is consistent with the overall intent of the comprehensive plan. And of course, we know that that doesn't mean consistent with the current land use designation of the property, or you would never be permitted to change the future land use designation of the property. So we looked at other sections of our comprehensive plan. Obviously, we have health, safety, welfare sections. We know that all communities require trash disposal services. We know that when you have a trash disposal service in your community, it reduces your haul routes, reduces your costs, it increases the level of service that you have. So in a growing community, having a landfill here with an opportunity to have an area where you fill in that bowl and you can have a few more years out of this landfill rather than having to find a brand new place to dispose of trash is a very beneficial asset here for the community. If we look at Chapter 12 in your comprehensive plan, we see public facilities and infrastructure, and we see goals like PF1 that say provide services in a manner that balance growth with the ability to provide quality services and improvements. So obviously this is a provide service application. This encourages and fosters growth of your city. The comprehensive plan also specifically addresses the Tower landfill in several sections. If we look at the policy, the Public Facilities Policy 1.11, it says promote the provision of adequate buffers to the Tower Road landfill to prevent the encroachment of incompatible uses. I think that hits the nail on the head when we look at the map that shows from Tower Road to E470, one land use, one user that prevents the encroachment of incompatible uses by the natural buffers of Tower Road and E470. Obviously, to the north, we also have the added benefit and opportunity there to recontour the north line, create more buffers to the uses to the north. There are a few more sections of your comprehensive plan. Again, the E470 influence area specifically says, provide buffering from Tower landfill to residential uses. This application will increase the buffering. The comprehensive plan also says, as the community continues to grow, providers will need to coordinate and offer to maintain water, sewer, stormwater, energy, trash, and technological services. So we specifically call out these things as being furthering your goals of your comprehensive plan. If we look at criterion B that says what's the purpose set forth in section 2100, and that is the purpose of the comprehensive plan, and I quote, is to promote the health, safety, order, convenience, prosperity, and general welfare of the inhabitants of the city by ensuring coordinated, adjusted, and harmonious development in the city. This is an opportunity to continue this 25-year partnership between the city and Republic Services to continue to provide these services for a growing community in a convenient and, as you heard tonight, sustainable and environmentally safe manner. If we look at the other approval criteria tonight, we have a negative, will this create a negative impact on the immediate area? What about future development of the area? And of course, will it promote the public health, safety, and welfare? We've talked about buffering. We've talked about the ability to relocate the entrance of the Tower landfill, to recontour the north side, to pull some of those ancillary uses further back from East 88th Avenue, to divert some of the truck traffic off of Tower Road into a shorter commute into the Tower landfill. So with that, I will leave this as our first application presentation. Our team here is with me tonight. We have environmental consultants, we have Republic Service representatives, we have a full team of folks here to answer all of your questions. Thank you for granting us, 20 minutes at the onset here to give you the overarching overview, and we look forward to the dialogue tonight and respectfully request your approval of this application and the others to come. Thank you.
All right. Any council members have questions for the applicant? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Could you explain exactly the ingress and egress?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. I will. I was a couple of slides short. So we will start with this slide here. This shows the proposed PUD permit site plan. This is, of course, I'll go back to the vicinity for you, okay? But this is the annexation property. So that entrance there will be directly across from an access that'll go to the northern, to the development north of East 88th Avenue. So there'll be a traffic signal there. So right now, the entrance is a standalone entrance, without no signalization. So moving it here, if you can visualize over to the east of what you can tell as the existing boundary, that's where that will go, which will be, a future signalized intersection.
Okay, then I have a question.
Yeah, please.
Follow-up question, please, which is, how do they get there? What roads are the trucks going to be taking to get there? Are they going to be using the same Tower Road, the same 88th?
So they will be, and we do have our traffic engineer here he can come up, but just to start here, because there's a proposed new intersection there at East 88th Avenue and E470. So the trucks will be able to come off of E470 on 88th Avenue and turn here at the signal into that light, which will take the traffic off of Tower Road, which is currently where most of that traffic.
Commerce City trucks will not take E470. They will take surface streets in Commerce City. I don't know about Brighton. You have Brighton also? Republic Services does Brighton? Or North Glen, or any of the cities that are to the west of us? Because I'm not seeing anybody actually using E470 unless they're coming a long distance from one of your other areas that Republic Services is in.
Councilwoman, my name's Steve Darris. I'm the general manager of the Tower Road landfill. I've been the general manager for about 9 years. Address is 8480 Tower Road. And what we see the benefit of this right now, all traffic coming in and out of the Tower Road landfill is on 88th via Tower Road, okay? And what we see in the future is utilizing 470 as the access point for Tower Road. Truck costs, if we can eliminate 10 minutes in trucking time, that saves that hauler or that trucker quite a bit of money. And so we can also add to 470 tolls by utilizing 470 as the primary access.
Yeah,
I've-
which I think would actually cost them money if they use 470.
It
But they
will.
would still be able to use the bowl entrance if they were coming off of 470.
That is correct, but however, the scales at the landfill on the bowl sometimes backs up traffic onto 88th. And what we want to do with the development of Legato is have no traffic queue or back up on 88th. And this alternative to move the entrance facilities to the east on Fullenwider help us to move our access onto property and no backup. You can see the scales there that are highlighted in green are actually a quarter mile south of 88th. So
What
our-
about the property to the south of the landfill, which is the entrance? It's like a gateway to Commerce City when you're coming, you're going north on Tower Road. You have a Republic Services building there right now.
Correct, that's the building I'm officed out of, yes, ma'am.
Yes, I
Yes.
know. And so you would then put your offices there, your office buildings there.
Our offices are there currently now.
Right.
And we plan on continuing to utilize those offices. But if you notice, and if you're familiar with the area, Second Creek comes right through that area. So just north of Canopy, and if you look at the existing visual, Canopy is the two large white structures. Those are their housing with the parking. To the south of Second Creek, all that area along Second Creek is a 100-year floodplain. We can't touch, build, construct. In fact, we've given the city a right-of-way and potential easement to build a recreational bike and hiking trail along Second Creek as well as 470.
Well, I see the road that runs just south of your Republic Services building. I have a lot of questions tonight. This is my ward, so I will be returning to more questions.
All right, thank you.
We get 5 minutes each, including your answers.
Okay.
The other
Thank you
council
very much.
members
So
have-
sorry I was interrupting you. I was
Oh, that's all right.
trying to do my time.
I'm sure I'll be back.
Thank
Any other
you.
council members have questions for the applicant? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you. So it was originally supposed to be DIA technology, and I'm assuming that the reason for that was because it is on E470. And so originally, that probably would have been the best use for it because of what is allowed in DIA technology. And now you want to change it to utility, which would mean that you would have industrial equipment over there? Is that?
Yeah, so the DIA technology land use designation really encourages employment uses in technology uses, which, you know, to some extent, and these were conversations we had with your city staff a lot. We said, well, it's not this; these aren't polar opposites here. The Tower landfill is a large, you know, employer for Commerce City. There's an employment opportunity here. As well, we don't think the DIA technology is really all that far off in terms of a land use designation, but we thought, you know, it was appropriate to of course process this into utility to really line it up with there's no question about utility and landfill being compatible with one another. I think with respect to your question on the uses, there will be ancillary landfill uses. We'll talk a lot more about these during our PUD zone document, but you'll see there's the parcel that's in green there. When the Tower Road landfill is closed, that can be then developed as commercial and industrial uses within the zone document of the Allied Waste PUD. So it's, you know, it's not precluding it forever from being developed in that fashion. It certainly contemplates that down the road upon the closure of the Tower landfill.
And how far into the future do you believe that would be?
You know, the tower, that's, it's hard to say for sure. I think that it's, you know, somewhere in the 20 to 40 year range that would.
Okay. That was not a question, that was a statement, I guess. I'm sorry about that. So what you're needing this to be then, and when you say utility, what is your definition of utility so that it meets your needs?
The definition, there actually is a definition of utility in your comprehensive plan. I'm looking for it in my notes right now, but it is to promote municipal services and utility operations within your city.
All right. But you plan on using part of this as an actual extension to the landfill? Is that correct?
So the entrance to the landfill will move, and the ancillary uses that are currently there, the scale house, the weighing facility, the resident drop-off center, those will be moved over there. There will be some soil stockpiling as well. Any actual expansion of the footprint of the trash disposal is subject to further council review.
And then, is there any possibility of moving those offices that are on Tower Road? Right now, there's a third lane that turns into it. However, I see traffic speeding down Tower all the time in that third lane, and then all of a sudden it ends because it turns into those offices right there. And I've seen near accidents happen because people are shocked that that third lane suddenly ends by turning into your offices. Is there any possibility of, this is a big project, but those are small offices off of Tower. Couldn't those be moved up into this area as well?
So we have contacted Public Works and Roads regarding that third lane, which I see every day as a hazard. It's right outside my window. So we could eliminate that third lane. It only starts at the canopy and then dead ends really at our entrance. So we could make it a right lane only turn at the end. So we have looked into that with Public Works. We're still pursuing that option. And potentially we could move our existing office facilities that are on 8480 on Tower Road onto this new parcel H that we're asking for in the full and wider property. That's a cost we haven't looked at this time, but it's by far a potential in the future that we could vacate that building and eliminate that entrance lane into that yard that's there now. So yes, that is an option.
Okay, thank you. My time is up.
Okay. Councilmember Ford?
Thank you. My question is, there has always been days where the queuing and those trucks are sitting on 88th Avenue trying to access the entrance. With this new plan and this annexation, will that eliminate all the queuing of the trucks on 88th Avenue?
Yeah, our traffic study indicates that it'll significantly alleviate that queuing pressure for largely two reasons. And the first is the distance from Tower Road is a lot greater there, so there's less opportunity for that to get backed up in a queue. And the second is that it'll be a signalized intersection.
Great, and visibility from 88th, the Legato development that is adjacent will have a better view once that hole is filled in. Could you tell me approximately how long you think it'll take for that hole to be filled in and regraded?
Yeah, I'm sure Steve's about to come up behind my shoulder again.
I
but
figured.
That's the first step of this, right? Is to move that entrance over and start to relocate all of those services, which immediately clears that, and that gives the opportunity to start putting that buffer along East 88th Avenue, which within the next few years.
Thank you.
Councilman, to relocate our facilities, it's approximately about a 2-year project. We have to go through city planning and, excuse me, not planning, but building and safety. And then we see that filling that area with our current volume would take about 5 years. And then we'd be out of the north area completely, and all our filling would be to the east and the south, as far away from Legato and the developments to the north as the landfill allows.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. I think Councilmember Ford kind of answered my question, but I'll just restate it. What I'm hearing, and when I listen to residents in Ward 4, they talk about traffic on Tower, and what I'm hearing you say with this annexation is so actually it could help alleviate some of that traffic by moving the entry point to a different location, right? Is that?
That's correct, because it'll mean that some of the trucks coming now to the Tower landfill won't necessarily be using Tower Road to 88th Avenue. They may be, shifting to use E470 onto 88th Avenue, and it'll help the queuing problems there between Tower Road and the existing entrance of the Tower landfill as well on 88th Avenue.
And that's where the scale as well. You mentioned the scale of moving that area as well.
That's right. The scale house, all of those, this is the site plan there. All the solidification basins, all of the, customer drop off, scale houses, all of those services, all of those ancillary uses will move.
Thank you. That'll be great for my residents in Ward 4.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes, and then you have the distaff speaker for residents in Ward 4 as well. I would like to know how many, in your traffic study, how many trucks would be moved from Tower Road to E470?
I'll call on someone to come up, and I'll have to look at that. I don't have that. While we're pulling that information from the traffic study, which was submitted, with your packet, I'm happy to answer another one while someone starts working on that one.
All right, and then I have another question for you. What is your long-term, how will this amendment impact your long-term vision for the existing landfill?
So this application gives an opportunity to, improve on the existing conditions of the entrance to the facility, of the buffering to the North Avenue, and it allows for the opportunity for Republic and Commerce City to extend their partnership of providing the trash disposal services for the residents of Commerce City. At this facility, which is helpful in terms of the shortened hauling routes and having this facility here, because it will extend the life of this landfill. We also, as a part of the zoning document that we will look at later, this area that's shown here with all of the gray areas that can be then developed for future commercial uses upon the closure of the landfill. So that's part of I know that's several years down the road, but it is part of that vision.
When you talk about extend the life, are you talking about enlarging the landfill itself?
So that process would only be permitted upon further council action pursuant to the approval criteria that are included in the PUD zone document amendment. And with council approval, there are 18 distinct approval criteria that must be met at a public hearing.
Okay, and could you enlarge the landfill without?
No.
Okay. Is the applicant considering oil and gas extraction operations on the site?
No.
Okay, and the DI technology area is also something that's been in the works for 15 years or so regarding Aerotropolis. So the whole corridor, the E470 corridor, being used as support for industries, for the airport itself. I think, how does that fit into that picture at this point?
Yeah, so I think that, that has been a long vision, and, to some extent, the answer is that hasn't come to fruition, right? The reality is there's a one piece of property in between a 644 acre tower landfill and E470 that hasn't developed, consistent with the technology uses and, office uses or, what have you. And so I think that this gives us an opportunity to meet a lot of other goals within the comprehensive plan, such as making sure that there aren't incompatible land uses that are next to the tower landfill that ensures that buffering, while still putting it in the zoning now that there is the potential for actual zoning on that property to permit commercial and industrial uses down the line.
And will you plan to be doing any flaring on the property? Gas flaring?
So there's the methane, part of the, and again, someone with the environmental background can certainly go into more detail on this later if you want, but that the methane capture is part of the environmental, and in a controlled flare, that's part of the environmental, and methods of the landfill.
Go ahead.
So, we have an existing flare that captures the landfill gas that's currently off of Tower Road behind the existing office facility there on Tower Road. That will remain in place. We may or may not need to add a secondary facility. We don't believe so because we're in the process of generating a facility that will take the landfill gas and produce renewable natural gas that will be pumped into the pipeline. So we don't believe we need any additional flaring on this annexation property at this time, although we did include it as a potential use if needed. Okay, I do have some traffic study responses for you that I don't know if would be better coming from planning staff. Okay, so we did conduct 2 traffic studies. One was 2.5 years ago. We revised it within the last month. And to quote from the future traffic volumes, on the short-term horizons, the short-term future traffic volumes are based on the regional growth rates projected by other traffic studies in the area. Turning movement volumes were grown 2% year over year for 2 years to develop short-term 2026 traffic volumes. That's shown in a figure in the traffic study that was attached to your package. In the future, with the addition of the 88th and E470 on-ramp, we will reduce the amount of traffic volume on Tower Road by 50%. And that's quite a bit of number. That's a large number. Okay. The landfill has a certain capacity of trucks we can accept a day, so we don't see that capacity ever exceeding because that would be in contradiction to our air permit. So our air permit restricts our truck traffic. So we're at a number now that we can reduce by 50% on Tower Road with the addition of the E470 88th on and off ramp, which is part of our annexation agreement that you'll be discussing here in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I have some questions for you here. So you indicated that it would be in the process of moving that office and it'd take a couple of years. How long is this process going to take, if this is approved, for this to come to fruition?
So the approvals here tonight then will trigger the land acquisition. We already have the EDOP plans approved by CDPHE to fill in that, what we call the bowl area there, that center. So this really starts, moving towards what Steve said as a 2-year process to get that office moved over. So the first step is these approvals, and that'll start the 2-year process of getting the entrance moved, the ancillary uses moved over, and then starting to fill that
Right.
whole area.
So it's going to be a 2-year process,
Correct.
right? So at that time, could you work on moving this as well so that 2 years, this could be incorporated as part of your plan?
Are you speaking to the current office facility on Tower Road? Yeah, I think, as Steve said earlier, that's certainly something that they'll, put into the considerations. At this point, it isn't part of this, specific site plan, but it's certainly for future consideration.
Okay, thank you. And it was stated earlier that you don't allow any oil and gas on the site, correct?
Correct.
Utility? But do you allow oil and gas drilling to go underneath your site?
I actually, there is no, on this property right now, there are no existing oil and gas leases, no.
Okay. And is that within the, is that defined under utility, that there's no oil and gas to be drilled or any access underneath your facility?
So the zoning that we contemplate doesn't request approval for any oil and gas operations. That wouldn't be a part of the future land use designations. It would be part of our zoning document, and that's certainly not a request tonight.
Okay. And I noticed, could you bring up the map that shows the facility that you showed the buffering fence and all that?
So Mayor, maybe to answer your question, we will not allow any surface oil and drilling on this property. However, we do not own the mineral rights underneath this full and wider property. That will be retained by the existing owners.
Okay.
So would there be fracking or horizontal drilling under the site in the future? We don't know, but that would not be under the control of Republic since we do not own those rights.
All right. Who owns those rights?
It'd be the current property owner,
And who's that?
Full and Wider.
Okay.
And we do have a representative from Full and Wider here also, if in the
All right.
future.
Thank you.
Mayor, which map were you hoping?
Shows the fence, the screening fence from E470.
Yep.
Right there. So just to the left of this picture, is that part of?
E470.
No, I'm saying that road there. So that land right there that we see right in front of us, that's not E470, right? That's it, still Full and Wider property?
That is where, no, that is the fence. That is where the new entrance ramp will be. That's part of the new interchange there will be in
All right, well, I guess it's kind of hard to see with
Right.
this map here.
there. Yeah.
If you don't mind, Eric.
Yeah.
You can
It's
see
fine.
470, the existing 470
Right.
off in the distance. So that's southbound 470 heading towards Pena.
Right,
And
I
along this
understand that.
fence here is the actual right-of-way dedication to E470 for the southbound 88th Avenue ramp to southbound 470. That's what you see in the foreground, in
Okay.
the front here.
So is that road, this road here that goes from Tower Road, is that going to come out to E470?
88th?
Or 88th?
Yeah, we're standing on the abutment bridge right now looking southwest.
Southwest.
On the existing bridge over 470.
All right,
And this is
that's-
where the
yeah.
on-ramp will be.
I was looking at visual, that land right here.
Oh, the one before this? Yeah, so this
That
is
one right
looking
there.
south, this is looking northwest
Okay.
towards the mountains. And that's
All right.
right, that's Second Creek, and then 470 northbound is to the right side.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So there is a possibility then that there could be oil and gas extraction happening at a pad site further away. However, the minerals underneath the landfill could be accessed through the process, even though the well site would be further away. Have there been any studies about the possibility of safety issues with the fact that there's methane produced as a part of the process and the landfill, obviously, because you already have flares. And it sounds like that there is a definite possibility that there could be extraction taking place with the fact that the mineral rights have been maintained by the present landowner. The sale has not gone through, correct?
Correct. That's correct.
So is there anyone who is with your crew
Yeah,
who could answer that?
Yeah, to my knowledge, I'm not aware of, a a study there that talks about the feasibility or the possibility or the likelihood of underground drilling there underneath what will be the annexation property for the ancillary uses of the landfill.
Then, I guess there's no one that could answer my question right now, but so how would you assure that your trucks would use E470 as opposed to using Tower? What would be the incentive for them to do that?
So that's, that's where Republic works on establishing their haul routes, with their drivers, the predominant user of the Tower landfill. So that's where they establish here, these are the efficient routes. This is how we're gonna, drive our trucks to get to the Tower landfill, start using E470 and the new intersection. So it's part of those corporate haul routes.
And the drivers don't have to pay those toll fees, right? Republic would.
That's correct. That would be handled by Republic.
right.
Yep.
And then I have another question. What is renewable natural gas?
Yes, Steve.
What constitutes renewable natural gas?
Yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself. Thanks.
Council. Thank you. Yeah, John Breest, 22494 Hidden Trail Drive, Parker, Colorado. Renewable natural gas is we have natural gas, which is comes out of the ground as a fossil fuel, but renewable natural gas is be a gas that is processed into a like form of natural gas that have a similar BTU content.
So it's created by the landfill as methane?
Yeah, landfill is one process.
Okay. And there's no one that can answer my question regarding the extraction of oil and gas?
I think
We do. Councilwoman, we're going to bring up the representative for Fullenwider to discuss. Rick and Eric. Rick, would you like to discuss how the potential mineral rights may or may not be utilized in the future?
Thank you.
Hi, Rick Wells, Senior Vice President with LC Fullenwider, Inc., and we are the current property owners and would be and are the mineral owners for the property. I just want to make clear there are no leases for these minerals. We do not have any interested parties in drilling these minerals. I think the likelihood that anyone would want to drill underneath a landfill is negligible. And further, it's going to be something, the drilling is going to be under the control of the people that control land use in the area, which is going to be the City of Commerce City and the Adams County Commissioners. And so if not doing any drilling in this area is something that you want, then that's something that you can control. And we will, as owner of those minerals, certainly abide by those rules and comply. And we have no plans, there's nothing going on that would indicate future drilling in this area.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Dole?
Thank you. Counselor, may I please see I have a question for the environmental speaker.
Sure, John. Yeah.
Thanks very much. How often does the flaring occur at the landfill?
That is a continuous operation.
And what would be rad power? What would that measurement be? What would that indicate? Rad power? Radiation power?
As it relates to
Radiation power emitting from the landfill.
so you're saying
What
radioactive
radiates-
material
Or radiation, just, heat?
heat? Well, obviously the flare is burning at a temperature to destroy harmful contaminants.
I didn't see in the report that indicated how much of the gases are entering the atmosphere.
So That's a great question. And the Republic Services, in this instance, they have to test that flare to confirm that it's destroying harmful contaminants entering to prevent them from going into the atmosphere.
Okay, and that is monitored how?
That's monitored on site. It's done through a specific test referred to as a stack test, and they have to demonstrate that that is over 98% per the state of Colorado.
And all of those little,
I can answer that. Melissa Green, Weaver Consultants Group. So the source test at this particular flare was done last July of 2023. Tower landfill operates an enclosed combustor. So this flare has to meet the definition in EPA 60.18. This flare is required to meet 98% destruction efficiency. We are required to meet that for NMOC. This flare was source test, as I said, in July. It did meet those requirements. We have submitted that report to EPA and CDPHE. Those have been approved. So 98% destruction.
okay, and all of the little valves that you see on the hillsides, does anything come out of those?
No, those are the landfill gas extraction wells. So emissions do not come out of those. Those are actually the extraction wells where we are collecting the landfill gas.
Okay, and how close would you live to the landfill?
How close would I live to the landfill? Well, I've worked at a landfill for 14 years.
Yeah, I'm talking about living, you know.
Well,
because
I've worked there for
24/7, people have homes and they're there. And how close would you live to it, given your expertise in landfills?
Personally, I would live next door to a landfill.
You would?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. A question for the applicant. You had mentioned as far as when you move, if this does get approved, you would move your operations towards the north end, or I'm sorry, is that north end on 88th, correct? Or is it, I'm sorry, did I hear that? I guess 88th and 470? You would have traffic, truck traffic coming off of 470?
That's correct.
Okay, and then so if this does get approved, what are we looking at as far as timeline before that does become, before this is executed?
Yeah, that's a two-year process to get that entrance relocated.
Perfect. So with that question, City Manager, Mr. Rogers, looking at the 2020 master plan for E470, I think the interchange there says that it was supposed to be, looks like it's supposed to be built out next year. Can you confirm that, or has it been pushed out?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Kim. Yes, the E470 2020 master plan had contemplated a split diamond or a half diamond interchange by calendar next year. That project remains unfunded and not planned as part of their kind of capital improvement project list as they're making improvements in widening the main line north through Pena up to Sable and so forth. So it's the delivery of that intersection right now is still an open topic between our organization and E470 as to next steps, which would be design of that improvement.
What are we expected to pay for that? Are they asking us to pay for something for a build out there or something, or what?
Yes, there's been a request made for city participation, given that there is obviously impacted right away both city and mainline for E470. That's still an open discussion and negotiation at the staff level as to what is a fair and balanced approach to be able to kind of bring terms and conditions to effectively our elected or appointed officials accordingly. That would ultimately lead to an agreement on how to construct said improvements, whether that's the on and off ramps widening of our roadways over their right of way, that being the main line and so forth. And that is, like I said, still an open discussion that is being held.
How long has that discussion been open?
2 years.
2 years. So with no end in sight?
I can't say that there's no end in sight. I think obviously it is obviously truly dependent upon the need that is going to be driven, obviously, with E470 and development in and around that main line in order to accommodate that. There's other matters that may be before you all in the near future as far as development that may necessitate that improvement. Once again, direction on how to kind of bring that full tilt. But as of right now, I would say for the foreseeable future, whether it's a year or two out, that is still to be determined.
So if this hypothetically here does get approved, how fast then are we looking at now? Does that take priority?
I don't know. It does not change the priority of what we as city staff has established as our capital improvement projects. Obviously, we will work still in parallel discussing how to move forward on a cost infrastructure participation for that interchange and the improvements that we support.
Okay. So kind of with all of that said, then the traffic then, what I'm understanding is the traffic would still occur on Tower Road, still occur on 88th. We still get traffic that's coming from outside entities, outside municipalities coming in on those major roads until we actually get some form of resolution with the 88th and E470 area. Is that my understanding, Mr. Rogers?
Yes, the existing roadways will still be used until said improvement is in place.
Okay, thank you. That's all I've got.
All right. Seeing no more questions, I'll invite Dalton Guerrero, City Senior Planner, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. My name is Dalton Guerra, Senior Planner with the Commerce City Planning Division. I want to start just by framing tonight. The applicants also mentioned there are 4 applications being heard. There's actually 5 because the annexation has 2 items. So there's a resolution and an ordinance as part of the annexation. So there are 5 total items. But what we're focused on right now at this moment is the land use plan amendment to change that designation from DIA technology to utility. And so that the associated zoning cases is really largely dependent upon this land use plan amendment and the annexation being approved. And so this is a lot of repeated information, but just very quickly, it is 110 acres. This is the request at hand is for a land use plan amendment. The existing designation is DIA technology, and the proposed designation is utility. Again, a land use plan amendment, it's part of the comprehensive plan. And what the land use plan designations do, they just designate areas of the city for certain zoning and land uses to guide development. It's not a regulatory document, the comprehensive plan. It's just intended to guide future development in the city. So here you see that it is currently DIA technology. And as you all know, that designation really aims to provide industrial, light industrial distribution, office flex, and employment land uses. It's mostly appropriate in that gateway area along the E470 corridor and also north of the airport. The proposal is to change it to utility. And utility is really the designations for land to be used for utilities, wastewater facilities, and it also speaks to active and future landfills. And the existing landfill to the west is currently within that utility designation. This was heard by the Planning Commission on June 4th. There were 2 members of the public that spoke in support, and the Planning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend approval to the City Council. There are a number of considerations for this land use plan amendment. A lot of them can be related to the zoning and the other applications that we'll hear tonight. But again, the focus really is on the land use plan amendment itself. And again, to reiterate that the landfill footprint can't really expand by right. It would still have to come in front of the council, and that's outlined in the PUD zone document that we'll get to later tonight. One more thing to note as well that was also mentioned earlier is that there's a new comprehensive plan that will be in front of council in the near future. And this area of the city is within the DIA Gateway District, which does speak to the landfill and speaks to it as if a point of special consideration. And utility land uses would be promoted within that DIA Gateway designation. But again, that new comprehensive plan is not adopted yet. It's still in the draft form. This is a look at the land use plan amendment approval criteria. These have been analyzed in the staff reports, but I'm happy to go through any of these individually if you'd like to. And with that, that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any council members have questions for staff?
Mayor,
Yes.
just for clarification, council may know this already, but this criteria is available in your binder. It's at the back of the binder. Specifically, it's section 2110, section 3. And it lays out all the criteria that Dalton just highlighted.
Do you have a page? I can't read it.
All right. Any council members have any questions? Okay. I will now invite the public to provide testimony. We welcome your comments and input to ensure efficient hearings. All persons are required to observe the following. Each person desired to speak must have registered with the city clerk. When you are recognized to speak, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. State whether you support or oppose the case before providing testimony. All comments and testimonies shall be made from the podium, and no comments or testimony shall be presented from the audience. Comments and testimonies are to be directed to the mayor and the city council. Dialogue and inquiries to members of the staff or the seated audience is not permitted. Inquiries that require staff response will be referred to the staff by the mayor. It is our desire to hear all relevant testimony on this topic in a timely manner with atmosphere of respect. Our procedures are designed to ensure that occurs. All public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. And thank you for your cooperation. We look forward to hearing your comments. We'll now ask the city clerk to call on those registered to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. The first person signed up to speak on this land use plan amendment public hearing is going to be Steve Saressa.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name's Steve Ceresa. I represent Fiore and Son, a local excavation company at 80662nd Street in Denver, Colorado. We'd like to endorse this project and speak on its behalf because of for several reasons. Fiore and Sons employs about 400 people, some of which reside in Commerce City. We utilize this landfill on a regular basis as part of our business plan. We don't use it daily, but we use it almost daily. It promotes convenience and gives the ability to be proactive in recycling and reuse in the landfill market. I think it's important to notice that the realignment of this proposed annexation would help traffic and also increase queuing into the property and align that on Himalaya with the future construction further to the north. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember, have any questions? Speaker? Thanks, sir.
Mayor, our second and final speaker signed up to speak on this land use plan amendment public hearing is going to be Rick Wells.
Mayor and council members. Rick Wells, representing LC Full and Wider, Inc., 270 St. Paul, Denver, Colorado. As I indicated earlier, we are the landowner, and the subject property is something that we're looking forward to having Republic take control over. Republic's a good operator. You've heard about their environmental policies and their operations, and we wouldn't be selling this land if they weren't a good operator. And so, all you have to do is wait in the line of trucks on 88th, waiting to get into that landfill, trying to get to our property, to know that this is a better solution. I mean, moving the entrance, letting those trucks queue inside the property instead of on 88th, cleans up the property to the north for future residents, for future commercial, for future uses. They're going to be beneficial to the city of Commerce City. Our land is stuck between a landfill and a highway. To think that it's going to be something grand and glorious as a DIA center property, whatever the current land use designation is not realistic. This is the best and highest use of this property, is to let a good operator, Republic, use it appropriately for the benefit of the region. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any council members have any questions? Speaker. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. How can we be assured that the minerals will not be extracted?
Really, because the government's control the land use that lets people drill. I mean, that's the reality of it, is if Adams County and the city of Commerce City don't want well sites that allow this drilling, then they won't happen. And we're granting to Republic, we're saying we won't force anybody to drill the minerals from the surface. So you're guaranteed that no one's going to put a drill bit from this property into minerals. If someday somebody comes and says, do you want to drill? That's really up to you. It comes back to you. It comes back to Commerce City and Adams County to determine if they want drilling in this area.
But the well site doesn't necessarily have to be in Adams County or
Oh, yeah.
or
It's going to be in
Commerce
Adams
City.
County or Commerce City, yes. It's the only place it'll come from.
But Adams County allows drilling. I mean, Senate Bill
we have
181
no
was passed
active
5
interest.
years ago, and it was to guarantee the safety. And they haven't even done a cumulative impact study yet to know how everything is going to impact as it's combined together. And so how, I mean, do I take your scout's honor, or how does that work?
That's a question that's much larger than this land use issue.
No, it's not larger than this land use issue. It is part of it. It is a major part of it. And so it goes along with it. So I'm asking, how can we be guaranteed that there won't be extraction under this landfill, with the minerals rights being maintained by Full and Wider?
By judicious use of your powers as controlling land use in the city of Commerce City and working with your constituents in Adams County to come up with land use rights as it relates to drilling that benefit the city of Commerce City and its residents, just as it is for every other property in the city of Commerce City and Adams County.
Well, we have this going on elsewhere. We have I can't speak on it.
I can just tell you, we have never had a single drop of minerals extracted from a property that we own in Commerce City or Adams County in the history of the company that goes back over 100 years.
Is there any way that we can do some kind of agreement?
I would say I'm going to jump in here.
Thank
So
you.
this is, sure, it's a fair question. You know, this is a public comment in the middle of a hearing. You're speaking to someone that is the current owner. However, the applicant for the comp plan amendment, as well as the annexation and the rezoning, would ultimately be Republic and Republic's counsel. I don't think it's appropriate within the confines of these hearings to have a separate discussion or negotiation with the current owner as it relates to their mineral interests. That's not contemplated in the respective approval criteria for each of the hearings.
Thank you.
Okay, any other council members, questions? All right, does the applicant wish to make a rebuttal?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Have we concluded our public? Yeah, yeah.
Mayor, we have one additional person. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Andrew, how do you say your last name? DeBiase.
No, I'd ask city clerk, wasn't there a time period that people had to sign up for in order to be the hearing? Wasn't that 6 o'clock?
So 6 o'clock is, or the time stated on the agenda is for public comment earlier in the evening. Council has previously asked that the opportunity for people to testify during public hearings be open until those public hearings have been dispensed of.
Okay, appreciate that, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for the time. I did sign in. I don't know how it didn't get registered. My name's Andrew DiBiase. I'm one of the owners of Rocky Mountain Recycling, Commerce City, Colorado. We employ around 90 people, most of which who live in Commerce City. We support this endeavor. We've looked at how it would affect our own trucking going in and out of the landfill. We work with Tower Landfill weekly, monthly, sometimes daily, depending on the projects that we're facilitating, both residential and commercial. We believe that these new access points would significantly cut down traffic of our own trucks, in addition to any of the other trucks that are entering the landfill. Just wanted to make sure that we're here and representing that as an option. I truly believe that this will be beneficial for our business, for all of the other businesses in Commerce City that utilize this landfill, and I'd like to put that on record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I need to press anything?
It'd be up to the discretion of the mayor for additional public comment. I don't have anyone else registered through the iPad, sir. So if
Okay,
you'd like
that's fine.
to
Go ahead.
proceed, if you could state your name and address for the record.
So my name is Chaz Tedesco, and thank you very much, Mayor, honorable members of the council, for allowing me to speak. My address is 16033 East 107th Avenue, Commerce City, Colorado. I come here as a resident to speak, but I also come here as an Adams County Commissioner and a previous board chair of E470 and current member of E470. I have a lot of history in this area. I have a lot of history working with Commerce City. I have a lot of knowledge about the area. I've worked with Republic. I've worked with the areas in question. I will tell you that as a resident, this is one of the best plans I've heard. To be able to queue trucks off of 88th and not back up traffic on 88th, regardless of whether you get the interchange right away or it's 5 years from now. This plan removes that traffic from 88th. It alleviates the congestion at Tower and 88th. It alleviates those turning lane accidents that we see all the time. Whether you're coming from the north, whether you're coming from the south, it does not matter. This is exactly what this area needs. And there was a question earlier about how long will this place be here? I think the better question is how long and how much development is going to generate trash for you to necessitate a place like this to be here? Because people aren't going away. This project in this landfill will, this waste oasis, tongue-in-cheek, is something that we need to preserve the area in the condition that is sustainable and we can rely on into the future. If we're having these dreams about what we want to put in of technology centers and all of that, then where are they? They're not even close to this area that we speak of right now. Where is the interchange? The interchange isn't here because Commerce City wasn't ready to proceed with that interchange when the opportunity arose, even with the plan being designated in the 2020 plan for E470. You know how I know that? Because I was the chair of E470. You know who I had conversations with? E470 and Commerce City. They weren't ready to put this interchange in. You weren't ready to put this interchange in. E470 had committed to put it in and was going to move forward with it, but Commerce City was not ready to put that interchange in. You will get this interchange. This interchange will be needed. E470 has made strides to ensure that truck traffic can utilize E470 through discounted rates and prioritized timelines. We have done everything we can to work in concert with Commerce City. As a resident, I see the need every day because I travel that road almost every day. Let's get this done. Let's help our community and let's move forward. Thank you very much for the time.
One more I did register. I'm not sure why I came up on there. Steve Burns.
Okay, Steve Burns. Okay. Mayor, we have Steve Burns as our, what I'm assuming, last public speaker on this specific public hearing. Please state your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Steve Burns. I am the president of Iron Woman Construction. We employ roughly 250 people, of which many reside in Commerce City. And I will keep it brief, but we are actually developing the land at Legato. So we've been out there for 4 years. We'll continue to be out there, but we see what's going on out there all the time. Access off of 88th isn't into that yet, but as you guys have probably seen, the houses are actually already going up and there's a lot more coming. So we've got another 150 on their way and it will continue to go. So this is probably an issue that's going to come up more and more from those residents of access on that 88th Avenue and the backup on that. So looking at the plan, it does look like it will take care of a lot of those issues. In terms of the trucking side, we have a trucking fleet. And anytime that we look at running to Republic landfill or any other landfills, one of the components is looking at the toll roads versus what the time cost is to go on the back street. So it is a very big component. We look at it every time, and it's probably a 50-50 split depending on where we're going. So it is a cost savings in a lot of ways to actually use those tolls and pay that difference. I'm in support of this. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. In the essence of time, allow the applicant to rebuttal. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to start, after addressing the public comment and just, to look at this map and say that, the applications before you tonight are for the annexation property, for the 110 acres. I know some of the questions and some of the conversations tonight have talked about the existing landfill, and that's not, an approval request tonight. We are asking for the annexation property in order to move the ancillary uses over to that property. So just wanted to put that. I also want to show here the question about queuing and the question about traffic is we look at this application and we're solving a few immediate needs. And that is the queuing on East 88th Avenue immediately goes away because of the new distance in that road from that entrance. Those trucks turn off of East 88th Avenue and they turn in and they have all of that area all the way down to the scale houses to queue interior to the site. That's an immediate traffic improvement to the existing conditions. We talked about the tower office on or the current office buildings on Tower Road. That's something we, weren't aware of as an issue until tonight. We take that into consideration and we look at that and how can we move those offices off of Tower Road to alleviate the condition that you've talked about. And the third is the interchange. And that one is in your control. The city controls the capital improvement budget. If that's a priority of the city, that is something that we can move forward, that we can get that interchange built. As you will see when we talk about our annexation agreement, Republic has committed within the annexation agreement to pay for 25% of the design costs for that intersection improvement. So we're a willing, able partner in that and look forward to the continued partnership. So thank you, and we ask for your support on this application.
All right. I will now close the public hearing. We need a motion and second to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Sorry, Mayor.
I mean, I'm on the wrong one, sorry. I'm just reading, sorry. All right, I need a motion and second to introduce ordinance LUP-058-24 by council seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Ford.
So move.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. In my experience, having a landfill on the east side of Commerce City has defined our area. Commerce City has been defined by heavy industry throughout, from Suncor all the way around to the landfill. The attorney said that this would extend the life, and when I asked what extend the life meant, the answer was to enlarge the landfill. I know that residents in the area want to see the kind of industry that is not toxic. This was supposed to be DIA Tech. Residents 10 years ago, in 2010 that is, defined it as DIA Technology. They did not include enlarging or anything involved with the landfill. We have not approved the new comprehensive plan to give special designations. That was certainly not anything I heard at any of the comprehensive plan meetings that I attended, that residents were asking for special designation for the landfill. I'm going to be voting no based on criteria A, that it's inconsistent with the overall intent of the comprehensive plan, that it is not necessary or desirable because of changing social values in the area and other social and economic conditions, and also because it will have a negative effect on the immediate area and also on future development of the area, which is criteria E. So the last two are criteria D and E.
Okay. Councilmember Douglas.
I've been going back and forth on this. The landfill's already there. But in this hearing tonight, it's this proposal intends to have the landfill go on for however, who knows how long. So, I'm looking at criteria A. So it's like, do we help out our people now by giving the trucks a place to line up and go against criteria A, because it's not consistent with what the comprehensive plan said. And then I look at criteria E. If the landfill continues, it will have a negative effect on the future development. And then I also look at criteria F. It's not promoting the public health, safety, and general welfare of the people of the city. We're taking trash from all over, not just from our people. And so I asked the hard questions tonight because I want to know, this impacts the future of our city. And as the Mayor Pro Tem said, quite eloquently, we have been the good neighbors who have taken in what no one else wants. And it has been a negative in growing our city. So I'm going to be a no on this because it does not meet the criteria, but it's, if you go ahead with this, please think about our community and our future. Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I look at this and I look at what it does for our residents currently, and that is potentially 50% of the trucks that are traveling on Tower Road, the queuing of the current situation and the negative impacts it has. Also, any expansion of the landfill would have to come back before this council at a future date. Today, all I see is the opportunity for a win for our residents, and I will be supporting it.
Councilmember Dukes.
When I think, just piggybacking on, I will be supporting this. When I think about the opportunity to reduce 50% of trucks on Tower, which a number of our residents in Ward 4 consistently said this is an issue. And it's clear from the presentations tonight that this is not expanding the landfill. Rather, we have to still vote to expand the landfill. This is a redirection and an opportunity to move the utilities so that they can better use of the land in the near future. Something that struck me tonight is a testimony around we weren't ready. And I think this is a consistent message around our city. It's time to be ready for the next phase of Commerce City, and I hope we can have a city that is ready, reduce traffic, which reduce emissions. And then the other piece that was talked about is the idea that 10 minutes, we can reduce the wait time 10 minutes for our partners in the industry, which ultimately means that there's going to be more efficient flow in that area. In addition to adding opportunities to have income from E470 for our city, I will be voting yes for those reasons because this is good for our city.
Any other council members have an opinion? Okay, I will say that, you know, this is a struggle for me because I heard that this is something that's good for Commerce City and good for our residents. And those are the things you don't say because this is industry that has affected our community because on certain days you can smell it. But also know that, you know, the way it's laid out, you can go 4 spots. So if but you can only go so high because DIA. I know you've allowed a car rental place occupy the land. They're not, they didn't purchase the land, they are actually leasing it for 20 years, and that lease could continue. And it is something that's already here. And I have to think about the future and the effect of what we can do to actually safeguard our citizens and make things better, and actually hold public waste accountable. So, yeah, it is tough. We have to be mindful of that and really look at some of the questions that were posed, especially around oil and gas and the fact that we do have the right to do setbacks. And that was a struggle for the last 4 years, is get to consensus of what is reasonable and allowable. Because all I heard then was you're taking somebody's mineral rights. But then I heard tonight, well, we have the ability to do that. So that's all I have. Thank you. All right. And the motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance LUP-085-24 by council is seated and approved on first reading. I will ask the clerk to read the title and take the roll call vote.
Ordinance LUP 05824, an ordinance amending the City of Commerce City Comprehensive Plan for the property generally located at the southwest corner of East 88th Avenue and E470 from DIA Technology to Utility. Your vote is open.
Well, the motion, oh, I'm sorry.
Point of
No,
order.
sorry, point of order. There wasn't a first. I need a motion and a second. I didn't get a motion and a second to introduce the item.
Mayor Douglas, I have Councilmember Ford being the
Oh,
motion
that's right.
maker and Councilmember Kim being the
That's
second
right.
to the
Okay.
motion.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Your vote remains open.
Thank you. I put that in the wrong sheet, sorry. Oh, you're good. Okay, that passes 5-2 with 2 unexcused absences. So, city attorney, we okay on that?
Yeah.
Majority wasn't here?
Yes, you are okay. You are done with that hearing.
All right. Okay, on to the next one, Resolution 2024-064, determining eligibility for annexation of the southeast corner of 88th and E470. Tonight's public hearing is determining eligibility for the annexation of the southeast corner of 88th and E470. I will remind council for the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinion or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on facts developed in the hearing and the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. I'll invite the city attorney to address council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I will now open the public hearing per council policy CP 22. I am limiting testimony for the applicant and the city to 10 minutes each. I invite the applicant to make a presentation.
Okay. So, good evening, Mayor, council members, Eric Carlson, Foster Graham, 360 South Garfield, Denver 80209 for the record. This is in coordination with staff. This is the eligibility portion of the hearing, which is relatively technical in nature. I'll defer my time to city staff here per our, discussions ahead of time. They'll walk you through, the continuity requirements and otherwise for this eligibility hearing. And we'll come back to discuss the actual annexation approval criteria. Thank you.
Would you like to do that now? Because you have 10 minutes. Or you're asking to come back?
So this is the resolution, just establishing the eligibility. It's not approving the annexation pursuant to the approval criteria, so we'll have 10 minutes for that, and I'll come back and do that.
All right.
Right, so just to clarify, it would be a separate hearing, right? So
Okay.
he would be called back up for the annexation hearing.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'll invite Dalton Guerrero, city planner, senior planner, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Dalton Guerra, Senior Planner. This is the resolution for the eligibility of annexation. So again, to frame it tonight, we just heard the land use plan amendment. We're now on to the eligibility hearing, and then next will be the annexation ordinance. So at this point, again, we're just determining if the property is eligible to be annexed into the city, but this is not the point at which the property will be voted on to be annexed into the city. So there's 3 steps typically with every annexation. Step 1 is the substantial compliance resolution, which was approved by City Council on June 17th of 2024. That's just determining if the petition meets all the submittal requirements. Step 2 is the annexation eligibilities, which is what's being heard at the moment. And this is just to determine if a property meets the minimum state statute qualifications to be annexed into a municipality. And then the third and final step would be the annexation ordinance, which we will hear later tonight, which will actually determine if the property is annexed into the city. Again, it's a request for 110 acres. A lot of this information has already been expressed tonight. The proposed zoning would be PUD, and the land use plan amendment was already approved to change the designation to utility. Here's a look at a couple of the annexation eligibility criteria. There's 10 of them total. They're outlined in the council communication. This is just a number of the highlights of the criteria. And if approved, again, this would just determine that the property is eligible to be annexed into the city. That's it for staff's presentation. It looks like the city attorney has a comment.
Just to clarify for council also, the provisions of CRS 3112-104 are also included at the back of your binder.
All right, do any city council members have questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I will now invite the public to provide testimony. We welcome your comments and input to ensure efficiency hearings. All persons are required to observe the following. Each person desired to speak must have was registered with the city clerk. When you're recognized to speak, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and state whether you support or oppose the case. Before providing testimony, all comments and testimony shall be made from the podium, and no comments or testimony shall be present from the audience. Comments and testimony are to be directed to the mayor, and the city council dialogue inquires to the members of staff or city audience is not permitted. Inquiries that the required staff response will be referred to the staff by the mayor. It is our desire to hear all relevant testimony on this topic in a timely manner and impose atmospheric respect. Our procedures are designed, are to ensure that occurs. All public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you for cooperation. We look forward to the hearing your comments. I will now ask City Clerk to call on any registered speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. The first person we have registered to speak under this public hearing for the resolution determining eligibility for the annexation is going to be Andrew D. from earlier.
Rocky Mountain Recycling, Commerce City, Colorado. Just wanted to make sure that we continued to show our support for this particular endeavor. Truly believe that this is beneficial for all of the residents of Commerce City, for the businesses of Commerce City, for the traffic associated with this location, and our ability to try and continue to bring in material, support local residential and commercial projects. Thank you.
Any questions for the, sir, I had a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So you're Rocky Mountain Recycling. What type of products do you take over to the landfill?
We work with residential and commercial projects, so we're removing scrap metal to our facility, and we have roll-offs that'll be removing regular landfill C&D debris that'll go to the
So
tower
you take
landfill.
scrap metal from the, take scrap metal from?
Take scrap metal to our facility, and then because of that process, from a demolition standpoint, they're generating both commodities. So we utilize tower landfill as a partner to help facilitate residential and commercial projects.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Our second person signed up to speak under this resolution determining eligibility for the annexation is going to be Steve C. from earlier.
Mayor, Council, Steve Cerisa from Fiore and Son, 8065 or 62 Denver, Colorado. Speaking on behalf and support of the resolution in front of you for the benefit of the metro area and also the residents and Commerce City. We believe that this is a positive step forward towards Commerce City establishing themselves as a positive representation of the metro area. Happy to answer any questions you have, sir.
Thank you. Any council members have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The next person signed up to speak on this public hearing for the resolution determining eligibility for the annexation is going to be Steve Burns.
Looks like Steve Burns left.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. The next person signed up to speak is going to be Rick Wells.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council people. Again, as representative of the current property owner, Rick Wells, Senior Vice President of LC Full and Wider, Inc., and we do believe that as to this ordinance, that the property is in fact eligible for annexation into the city of Commerce City, and we encourage that action. Thank you.
And Mayor, the final person to speak on this public hearing is going to be Chaz Tedesco.
Okay, Chaz left.
That concludes all the registered speakers for public comment that I have on this public hearing, Mayor.
All right, before I continue, I need a motion and a second to extend this meeting for an hour and a half. Councilmember Dukes,
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
I have a first and a second to extend the meeting for an hour and a half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes. 7 yeses and 2 excused. All right, that's it? More?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Does the applicant wish to make any rebuttals? You have 8 minutes, but
Nope. Thank you, Mayor.
nothing. Okay. All right. We'll now close the public hearing and a motion and a second to adopt the resolution 2024-064. Councilmember Ford,
Move to adopt resolution to 2024-064. Council is seated.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? All right, a motion on the floor is to adopt resolution 2024-064. I will ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2024-064, resolution determining the eligibility for annexation of the city of Commerce City, Colorado of the property generally located at the southwest corner of East 88th Avenue and E470 in case AN 26324, known as the Tower Landfill Annexation. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 7 with two excused absences. All right, ordinance AN-263-24 annexes, I'm talking tonight, southwest corner 88th Avenue and E470. Annexing, let's see, tonight's third public hearing case is AN-263-24. I remind council for the following, only ask questions you got the facts, but not express opinion or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on facts developed in the hearing and the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. I will invite the city attorney to address council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. When I open the public hearing, per council policy CP 22, I am limiting testimony for the applicant and the city to 10 minutes each. Invite the applicant to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Eric Carlson, Foster Graham, Milson and Kalisher, 360 South Garfield. That's Denver, 80209. I want to start tonight's hearing on the annexation request by incorporating by this reference the public record that was before you, the future land use map amendment public hearing that we discussed earlier this evening. As you know, we extended that presentation. We'll shorten this one, so I want to incorporate that presentation and also the question and answer section and the testimony that you heard there. So in front of you in this public hearing is an annexation request for the property identified in blue. It's 110 acres to be annexed into Commerce City. It currently is in Adams County and zoned A3. When we look at the approval criteria for the annexation request, we look at, as we're going down here, this is in fact, as we discussed in the eligibility hearing, in compliance with the Municipal Annexation Act. It is in compliance with your Land Development Code. We intend to annex this property, zone it as a PUD amendment to the existing Allied Waste Zone District. The annexation is consistent with the comprehensive plan. As recently changed, the future land use designation is utility here, which encourages and promotes service and utility uses such as landfills. The best interest of the city would be served by the annexation of this property, as we've discussed at great length tonight. The trash services that are provided by Republic Services and this tower landfill are vital and necessary to a growing community such as Commerce City. We also have talked about how this application enables the existing entrance to be relocated, thus improving the traffic conditions and the buffer to adjacent uses. This is within your growth boundary area. It will be and is capable of being developed in compliance with all provisions of the Land Development Code. There is adequate service for the requested use here tonight. It is within all of your service district areas. So, if the zoning were to end up being something else, there are adequate services here to serve the property, though the actual services, sewer, water, and the like that are necessary for the ancillary uses of the landfill are limited. The G, we look at the boundaries configured. It doesn't limit the city's ability to integrate the surrounding land into the city. I think there's great benefit in having this standalone annexation tower landfill use between Tower Road and the E470. There's a natural buffer there on all sides. There are no IGAs here, and Republic Services and the current owner have agreed to waive all pre-existing vested rights except for the existing farming use until those entrances are used. That's outlined in the annexation agreement, which is what I would like to discuss next. We can go into far more detail on the annexation agreement if you like, but I think that what this agreement does is it continues and furthers the ongoing partnership of 25 years between the City of Commerce City and Republic Services. It reflects that this is a cohesive and collective project. You'll see in Article 17 of the annexation agreement, there's a section that's condition precedents to annexation. So that outlines that, you know, there's a lot of applications in front of you tonight. There's also a land acquisition. There's the right-of-way vacation and a parcel that we'll talk about that's currently owned by the Denver International Airport that we're entering into a separate agreement to provide legal access to. We can talk about that during the vacation of right-of-way, but the annexation agreement outlines that all of these applications are necessary for this project to go forward. And so, as you'll see in Article 17, we outline that there's legal conditions precedent to any of this being effective. And also, as we talked about earlier, and I think very important in the conversation of the E470 interchange, you will see in Article 3.4 of the annexation agreement that Republic has committed to pay 25% of the design costs of the future intersection at E470 and East 88th Avenue. With that, and in the interest of time, and so that we don't have to extend the meeting another time for you, tonight I'm happy to answer questions on this annexation request. I'm happy to show any of the maps, but I recognize that we'll look at the maps again during the PUD zone document section. So we'll keep this here focused on the annexation approval criteria.
Any council members have questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks very much. Why does the applicant want to be annexed into the city? The county has lower taxes and so forth. I'm perplexed.
So obviously I can't speak to the entirety of the intent, but I think that there's a cohesiveness there when we have we have the existing tower landfill in Commerce City already. It would be far more difficult to establish the uses that they're looking for across two different jurisdictions. We think that we're a better partner to Commerce City. Republic's a better partner to Commerce City if the entirety of their operations are within your municipal boundaries. Then you're approving our zoning, you're approving our site plans, we're doing our platting through you, and it continues that partnership that has been going on there for 25 years.
Thank you.
The council member have questions? I had a question for you. You said 25% they're gonna cover the cost, but the cost to design and build that ramp is gonna be about $10 million or more dollars. Who's gonna pay for that?
So the design cost right now is we've worked with the city to negotiate what they anticipate to be 25% of the design costs. You're right,
Yep.
that does not contemplate the
Right.
construction costs,
Yeah.
which is, as the city manager was explaining and discussing earlier, that's a conversation between the city with your capital improvement budget and the E470 authority.
Okay, because my understanding was that when that was brought up, I'm on E470 now, but I wasn't then, that E470 said that if there's a cost, the cost would have to be put up front, and then on their timeline, we get paid back. So it's not like it's empty. It's the fact that E470 will backfill that cost based on our timeline, though. So I think that's, some discussion there has to be where people can understand exactly how this falls in the cost. So that's why I was asking. You said 25%, but the real cost
Of the design portion.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right. So that was your rebuttal, right? in essence, the time you're,
Yeah, that,
yeah,
I'm happy to answer questions, correct?
all right. Okay. Invite Cindy Platter. Okay. Thank you, Dalton.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Dalton Guerra, Senior Planner. We're now on to the annexation application. Again, this associated zoning and vacation cases are still largely dependent upon this approval of this annexation request. The request is for 110 acres. The current zoning is in Adams County and Agricultural 3. It now has a future land use plan designation of utility due to the future land use plan application being approved earlier tonight. The request was reviewed by the development review team and all necessary agencies. A couple considerations: the subject property is within the future growth boundary. The property cannot be zoned within a Commerce City zoning district until it's first annexed. And once again, any expansion of the landfill needs to come back to City Council for approval. That's within the zone document that we'll talk about in a second. There's a number of approval criteria that have been outlined and analyzed in the staff report. They're listed here, but staff is happy to go into any of those individually if needed. And with that, my presentation is concluded. Thank you.
Okay, any council members have questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I will now invite the public to provide testimony. We welcome your comments and input to ensure efficiency hearings. All persons are required to observe the following. Each person desired to speak must have registered with the city clerk. When you are recognized to speak, please approach the podium. State your name, address for the record, and state whether you support or oppose the case before providing testimony. All comments, testimony shall be made from the podium, and no comments, testimony should be presenting from the audience. Comments, testimonies are to be directed to the mayor, and city dialogue inquiries to the members of the staff. Our seated audience is not permitted. Inquiries are required. Staff response will be referred to staff by the mayor. It is our desire to hear all relevant testimonies on this topic in a timely manner with the atmosphere of respect. Our procedures are designed to ensure that occur. All public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation, and we look forward to hearing your comments. We'll now ask the city clerk to call on those registered to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Yep, we're going to start again with Andrew D.
Again, I'm Andrew DiBiase with Rocky Mountain Recycling at 6510 Brighton Boulevard, Commerce City, Colorado. Wanted to express our support for this endeavor with regards to it helping traffic long-term and help supporting residential and commercial projects that we handle as in conjunction with Tower Landfill. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicants from city council? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. The next person that signed up to speak is going to be Steve C.
Steve Cerisa, Fiore and Son, 80 West 62nd Avenue, Denver. We'd like to support this annexation and as part of the total overall project. We think that this is a positive step for the city and the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any council members' questions? Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The final person signed up to speak under this public hearing is going to be Rick W.
Rick Wells, 270 St. Paul, Denver, Colorado, representing the current landowner, LC Full and Wider, Inc. And as the current landowner, we agree that the property does fulfill all of the requirements that we understand as a part of the annexation criteria, and with the conditions included in the annexation agreement, we do support the annexation of the property into Commerce City. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions for the speaker? All right, thank you.
I do.
Oh,
Is my button even working?
Councilmember Teeter.
Oh, you're probably the guy to answer this question, Rick. You've been here the longest, I think. How long has that dump been there?
You know,
Is it 30 or 35 or 40?
1980? 79, 80, yeah. So it's been there a good 40 years.
That's what I
Yeah.
was thinking.
And we've been a neighbor for 40 years, and we're ready to have them expand.
Okay, that was just bugging me, and I had
Yep.
to ask.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Oh, just a second. Mr. Wells?
Yeah.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
It's me. Thank you very much, Councilmember Teeter. I'm so glad you brought that up because it leads me to a follow-up question. When you built when Republic Services built a landfill or you sold property for the landfill for Republic Services back then, was there any anticipation or any agreement that there would be homes nearby, or was it expected that this property would be away from everything? There was no homes in North Commerce City whatsoever other than farmland.
Yeah, I apologize. I was not employed by Full and Wider at that time, and so I can't I can't honestly tell you what any expectations were of the property owners at that time.
Okay, I'll ask the applicant.
All right. Does the applicant wish to make any rebuttals?
No rebuttal on the annexation. Look forward to the vote. Respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
All right, hold on. Mayor, sorry, sir? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm looking at 3.3 and 3.4 in the annexation agreement, and it does include all of that information, such as the 25%, covering the 25% of the engineering design. It does have a list of expectations for what will be done without limitation for off-site transitions, turn lanes, raised landscape medians, traffic signals, pedestrian crossings, underpasses. And it also, as it goes on and on from there, and it also says that the owner will reimburse the city for the actual reasonable and documented cost of the design and construction of such improvements brought to present-day value at the time of payment. Does this encompass any expenses related to the ramp to E470?
I look to the city manager now because my understanding is that's a conversation that will occur down the road with the future approvals for this application. So that is unknown at this time, whether there will be impacts associated with this property that would trigger that provision.
City Manager
Well,
Rogers?
something will trigger that provision because all of that has to happen, even if it is an E470. Even if you don't include E470, how do you interpret what 3.3 says on public improvements? Do you believe it extends to the on-ramp for, from E470 to 88th?
I do not know that it does at this time. I think that is to be determined.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We'll now close the public hearing. I need a motion and second to introduce ordinance AN-263-24 by council of the city and approved on first reading. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
All right, is there any discussion? Councilmember Ford.
Yes, thank you. I will also be supporting this motion as if this is within our growth boundary, which it is, if this was to remain in unincorporated Adams County and not be annexed tonight, if there was permitting action or anything else to occur in Adams County would direct the applicant to annex to Commerce City because it's within our growth boundary anyway. So this is the right thing to do to keep it all whole and part of the city. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, the motion on the floor is to introduce, let's see. Who's the first and second, Dylan?
That would be Councilmember Kim as the mover and Councilmember Teeter as the second.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'm going to be supporting this because that's the best way for the city of Commerce City to have control over what happens at this property in the future. As for the urban growth boundary, that's Article 12 of the annexation agreement, and the city is not making a guarantee that the property is located within the urban growth boundary area as defined by the Denver Council of Governments or other boundaries legislatively determined, by the way. But I am going to support this for the reason I stated.
Thank you. All right. No other discussion. The motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance AN 263-24 by council seated and approved on the first reading. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take the roll call vote.
Ordinance AN 263-24, an ordinance annexing the property generally located at the southwest corner of East 88th Avenue and Tower Road to the city of Commerce City, Colorado, in case AN 263-24, known as the Tower Landfill Annexation. Your vote is open.
All right, it passes 7 with 2 excused absences. Okay. On to ordinance Z 705-990-00-09-24, zoning southeast corner of 88th and E470 from ADCO Ag 3 to PUD.
A point of order, Mayor?
Yes,
May we take a 5-minute break?
sure. I'll grant you that. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay. Ordinance Z-70599-00-09-24, zoning east side corner of 88th and E470. Did I just do that one? From ADCO to Ag 3 to PUD. Says estimated time 40 minutes. I'm gonna give you 10 minutes on each side. Tonight's fourth public hearing is on case Z-705-99-00-90-24. I'll remind council for the following: only ask questions, gather facts, but not express your opinion or indicate how you vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only reply in the facts decision in this hearing. And in the record, apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. And I will invite the city attorney to address the council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing. Per council policy CP-22, I am limiting testimony for the application, for the applicant and the city to 5 minutes each. Invite the applicant to make a presentation. Okay, I'll give you 10.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Eric Carlson, Foster Grant, Milson and Kalisher, 360 South Garfield. That's Denver, 80209. I want to start this public hearing on the annexation zoning, the PUD zone document request by incorporating by reference the previous 3 hearings that we've had on this matter. Tonight, as we've discussed, we lengthened those, the first future land use map presentation, heard a lot from Republic and had a lot of great question and answer and discussion. So I incorporate by reference all of that testimony and evidence that was submitted there. I appreciate the 10 minutes, Mayor. I will endeavor to make it 5. The annexation zoning, the PUD zone document is in front of you on the screen right now. So to make it very clear, the existing parcel A, the existing, all that you see in gray is the existing Allied Waste PUD. None of those parcel areas are amended in any way by this application. This application creates 2 new parcel areas to the Allied Waste PUD. It is proposed parcel A1 and proposed parcel H. The next slide that I will show the exact uses. For each of those, they differ slightly. Importantly, parcel H will be permitted to have commercial and industrial uses pursuant to the commercial and industrial zone districts in your code upon the closure of the Tower landfill. And proposed parcel A1 will have some additional stockpiling uses and is also the parcel in which the Republic could make a future request to this city council to expand the footprint of the landfill, but such request, and I just do want to clarify a point that maybe I misheard from Councilwoman Noble earlier tonight, but this application tonight does not permit an expansion of the footprint of the landfill. Any expansion request would have to come back in front of this council and meet the 18 approval criteria that are in section 1C of the PUD zone document. So I make that clarification here. The permitted uses here in A1 and in H, you can see there on the right-hand side upon the closure of the landfill, then there's permitted to be the commercial and industrial uses pursuant to those zone districts that are currently codified in your land development code. In front of you on this slide is the site plan that is obviously subject to your PUD permit review process. But this is in draft form. It shows the increased entrance lane there that, as we've talked about, will immediately improve the queuing on East 88th Avenue, giving those trucks an ability to get further into the site before they stop at the scale house. And I can answer any questions, or we can have, Republic talk about this specific site plan if it would be helpful. But these are the ancillary uses that are currently at the other entrance closer to Tower Road on East 88th Avenue. They'll all be moved, which is about a 2-year process over here, which will also enable Republic to fill in that existing entrance area called the Bowl, recontour the northern slope line of the landfill, and increase the buffers to adjacent uses north of East 88th Avenue. The approval criteria tonight, briefly here, are the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. We now know that the future land use designation is utility, which encourages, permits, and promotes active and future landfills. I also want to reference the other, public facilities goals, P11 or P111, and the others in the E470 overlay area that specifically speak to the Tower landfill and speak to providing adequate buffering and ensuring that there aren't incompatible uses here. This application, if approved, this zoning will create one single zone district between Tower Road and E470. It will all be the Allied Waste PUD, which prevents incompatible land uses from being, encroaching upon the Tower landfill, speaks directly to your approval criteria. There have not been any PUD concept schematics on this property. There is a unique situation, and there's a benefit here in criterion C for doing a PUD amendment here, a customized zone district, right? As it exists, your land development code doesn't have a landfill zone district. So we use a PUD to discuss those specific permitted uses, put the parameters on them in there. This is, and the PUD will, of course, comply with all other applicable city standards. We've worked closely with your staff to ensure that we meet D. We've talked about the integration through adjacent development. There's obviously no more cohesive adjacent development than the existing Tower landfill, which this amendment will incorporate into. We've talked about the adverse impacts. We've talked about public safety and transportation. Those are F and G. And in this instance, we, of course, know that we're improving the traffic conditions by relocating that entrance, and we're improving the buffering by recontouring the northern line. There is no phasing plan for the development of this PUD. And, of course, as the existing zoning here is in Adams County, A3, there's, we can't accomplish our zoning efforts here through a height exception of variance or other minor modifications. We need to do it through a PUD zone document amendment here at the onset of this property's inclusion into the boundaries of Commerce City. I'm happy to answer any questions. I will leave the remaining 3 minutes in interest of the time we've all spent on these applications tonight. So we respectfully request your approval of this PUD zone document. Thank you.
Thank you. Any council members have questions for the applicant? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. I've read the PUD zone document, and I have several questions, actually. I'm looking at modified waste and commercial zone. The permitted uses include solidification facilities. What are the solidification facilities? Is that where mud is delivered from oil and gas extraction?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a few on our team that can speak to solidification basins a little bit better. I want to give you the detail that includes.
Yes. Council members, Steve Darris, General Manager, Tower Road Landfill, 8480 Tower Road.
The solidification basin's been in operation for over 20 years, and the solidification takes in various types of liquids into the landfill that are generated both commercially, industrial, and oil and gas is some type of the fluids that come in. We cannot dispose of a liquid into the landfill. Our permit does not allow that. So we solidify the liquids that come into the landfill from the various generating sources with on-site soils, wood chips, other types of materials that solidify the material so we can dispose of it as a solid.
How do you ensure that the solidified material doesn't seep into the groundwater?
So, very good question, thank you. So our permit and our operating requirements, we have to test the solidification material before it's disposed of in the landfill as a solid. We do what's called a paint filter test, and the solidified liquid is put in a paint filter. We have a certain period of time that no liquid precipitates out. It's just very like a coffee filter. And when it meets that criteria, then we take it and dispose of it in landfill. The landfill, the amount of liquid that we take is a very small amount of volume or tonnage as compared to the overall inflow of the landfill. So to allow the other materials that were being disposed of at the same time, the liquid's not making it down to our liner or the collection system that we have under the landfill.
How would you explain the contamination of the groundwater in that area that makes it impossible for South Adams County Water and Sanitation District to bring that water up for residential water use?
We have no groundwater contamination coming from the landfill, from our groundwater monitoring wells, probes, over the last 25 years. So
You're certain of that?
I am 100% certain of that, and I can bring our groundwater expert that's on site with us right now, and he could talk to you in more detail if you'd like some more detail on that response.
No, that's all right. Thank you very much. So this says in A17, the expansion request will not place waste below or into surface water or groundwater. That would be my concern for percolations. There would be no percolation.
Correct. So current state regulations, we have to have a separation from any monitored or observed high groundwater, and that separation requirement is included in our design, that no waste will go below existing or future groundwater of the landfill.
Okay, A12 states that no oil and gas operations are currently existing and will not be permitted on the surface or within 1,000 feet below the surface of the annexation property. I'm not aware of any drilling that takes place that is at less than 1,000 feet. So I would ask for a condition that takes it down to 20,000 feet. That would cover any questions that anybody has about oil and gas operations.
So we do not own that land. That's 20,000 feet down. So that's when the discussion we had.
Do you own 1,000 feet below the surface?
I'm not sure how far we own down. I'm not sure how far that is.
It's in the PUD document.
Yes, which has been, that has been approved by the owners. The request is that, that it's at 1,000 feet beneath the surface there. That we have owner approval for that language in the PUD zone document.
Okay, but it's pretty moot because there are no operations that are only 1,000 feet below surface. Nothing is only 1,000 feet below surface. It's 10,000 feet below surface. It's far different. Fracking is far different than, you don't even do a
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
a pump jack at that level.
Any other council members have questions? Okay, I have a question. You guys started doing groundwater monitoring back in 1998. And you do have a lot of monitors here. What has been the practice of, actually, because you take sampling, that's conducted twice a year. So what are you sampling if there's no water?
Yeah, we have our groundwater monitor coming up right now
Okay.
to answer your questions. Thanks.
My name is Gabriel Iltis. Address is 21040 Acadia Drive, Parker, Colorado. I have been overseeing groundwater monitoring at the Tower landfill for the last 8 years. I have a PhD in environmental engineering. When we monitor groundwater, we monitor at the site twice a year, and we monitor the surficial groundwater. So specifically, we target the Second Creek aquifer. So we do sample groundwater. We monitor for the detection monitoring constituents that are required by CDPHE. That includes VOCs, it includes anions, cations, metals, and what we're looking for are changes over time. Groundwater monitoring started at the site in 1981. We haven't seen negative impacts associated with the landfill to date. No VOCs in groundwater. And Second Creek aquifer remains consistent with surficial aquifers in the Denver Basin in general.
Okay, thank you. I know that you have a different mill that separate below what's already been filled. And who checks on that to make sure that that hasn't deteriorated over time, or there could be a leak into the aquifer?
Can you repeat the question?
So you have a clay liner, and then you have other mills that protect what's the waste is above, and and just the thickness. Who determines that deterioration of that product? Is there any kind of inspection of that, or?
The inspection typically happens during construction, and the liner at Tower landfill consists of a low permeability clay.
Yeah.
And so really what we rely on is the low hydraulic conductivity, which prevents leachate from migrating through the liner and down into soil that is underneath the liner, and through that soil down to the groundwater. Another added benefit to the location of the Tower landfill is the clay soils that underlay everything out there. Those are naturally low permeability. So in addition to the liner, we have underlying low permeability soils which help ensure that environmental contamination of groundwater will not occur.
Okay, we have bed night out in these areas too, and sometimes that could drop.
That's essentially the low permeability clay. So high plasticity clay typically includes marmelanite or bentonite, and that is exactly what we need in order to help keep leachate from migrating.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Is it possible then, since Councilmember Douglas was concerned about the oil and gas aspect, and we have someone from Full and Wider here, to have the 1,000 feet increased in the PUD document?
And just to clarify the request, are you asking for the, in section 1C, that would be just for in the event of an expansion request? Is that right?
It's in expansion request under PUD. It is A12.
I guess I think I will let someone come up if they disagree, but I don't think that there's, would be interest in increasing that, depth at this time for that. And again, that's just in the event of the expansion request approval. If that condition's not met, it's not met, and an approval and expansion request wouldn't be allowed or approved.
Are you aware that there is an approved spacing unit for that area for a site called Sparrow, an oil and gas site called Sparrow with extraction oil and gas?
I'm not aware of that.
It's in state records. All right. Thank you.
That site, if it was located on the Full and Wider property, that surface right agreement has expired, and it was not renewed by Full and Wider. and it will no longer be renewed by Republic Services if we take over ownership of that property. Thank you.
Thank you for that reassurance.
All right. Well, seeing no other council members' questions, I'll invite Dalton Guerrero, Senior Planner, to make the presentation. 4 out of 5.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Dalton Guerra, Senior Planner. We are now on to the zoning portion of the night. The associated zoning case, the annexation case was previously approved. A lot of the considerations for this zoning are no longer applicable because of the action taken on some of the other items. It is currently in the Adams County zoned A3, looking to change that to Commerce City PUD. Here's an aerial of the site, the current zoning. The current future land use plan designation is now utility. And as we all know, the zoning of the property is what actually determines what uses are allowed and not allowed and sets the bulk development standards. PUD zoning is obviously a zoning district that allows specific uses and standards that straight zoning would not typically allow, and that's the zoning that's being proposed for this property. There was a neighborhood meeting held on December 28th of 2023. There were 10 members of the public in attendance. A lot of the issues raised were about renewable energy and post-closure plans for the landfill. This zoning request was heard by the Planning Commission on June 4th. There were 2 members of the public in support of the request, and the Planning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend approval to City Council. Again, a lot of these considerations are no longer applicable because of actions taken on the other items tonight. But a couple highlights, again, just that any expansion of the landfill footprint would require future City Council approval. This zoning would allow, though, the landfill operations to exist by right. There are 2 different sets of approval criteria when it comes to annexation zoning. So the first being zoning of newly annexed land. And the second set of criteria would be for a PUD zone document approval. All of these criteria have been addressed in the staff report, but staff is happy to go through any of these individually if requested. Thank you.
Okay, does any council member have questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. According to our rules on PUDs, it's supposed to allow for innovative development projects that assist in the implementation of the comprehensive plan and not as a device to circumvent development regulation standards and good planning practice. It's supposed to promote innovative design of residential areas and allow for greater densities. Nowhere in it does it say it's for industrial or utility projects. Can you explain how this applies to this area?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. Being that the PUD criteria also speaks to any unique situations, staff believes that the landfill and the proposed uses are unique and are better addressed through the PUD zone document rather than through a straight zone. We don't believe that a straight zone that's already allowed within the city, within the LDC, would be appropriate to allow all these land uses that are being proposed within this zone document. So the PUD was the appropriate way to address a unique situation.
The legal counsel for the applicant described industrial, that it was going to cover industrial uses. What industrial uses would that include beyond landfill?
Yeah, so one of the planning areas on the eastern border of the property would allow at the time of closure of the landfill for land uses that are correspond with the LDC's zoning districts of C1, C2, C3, and I1. So the reference may have been to those I1 uses that may be allowed only at the time that the landfill is closed.
Oh, after it's closed?
Correct. Previous to the landfill closing, it would only be the uses allowed in the land use table as outlined in the zone document, which are for just the landfill operations.
So it would continue to include I1, which is heavy industry?
No, I1 is for light intensity industrial.
Okay.
According to the LDC.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Okay, I had a question. Says this, there's a projected 20-year life remaining existing in tidal footprint. Is that correct?
As staff understands it, yes, but that question would probably be better confirmed by the applicant.
All right. So then the intent with this project is you got 20 years left. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the estimated life right now as it exists. And by moving the entrance over, being able to fill that bowl area, that adds approximately 5 years.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go on to, sorry, any other council members wish to? Councilmember Teeter? You have anything? Okay. All right. Now we'll invite the public to provide testimony. And since it's been pretty much the same people coming up who have signed up, you still have to come up, state your name, and just say you approve it. You don't have to go through anything else, just to save some time. But for the record, you have your name. We'd appreciate that. Okay. We welcome your comments and input to ensure efficient hearing. All persons are required to observe the following. Each person desired to speak must have registered with the city clerk. When you are recognized to speak, please approach the podium, state your name, address for the record, and state whether you support or oppose the case before providing testimony. All comments, testimony shall be made from the podium. No comments, testimony should be present from the audience. Comments, testimony are to be directed to the mayor and the city council. Dialogue inquiries to the members of the staff or seated audience is not permitted. Inquiries that are required. Staff response will be referred to the staff by the mayor. It is a desire to hear all relevant testimony on this topic in a timely manner and ensure atmosphere of respect. Our procedures are designed to ensure that occurs. All public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation. Look forward to hearing your comments. We'll now ask the city clerk to call those registered to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. As you stated, we have our 3 speakers signed up for this item. So Andrew D., Steve C., and Rick W. If you want to start making your way to the podium to line up to provide your comments and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Andrew DiBiase. I'm with Rocky Mountain Recycling, 6510 Commerce City, Colorado, Brighton Boulevard. I'm in approval of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Cerisa, Fiore and Son, 8062 or 62nd Street. We're speaking publicly and endorse this project as shown in your documents.
Thank you.
I'm going to decline to comment. Thank you.
All right. Is there any more? That's it. Okay. Does the applicant wish to make a rebuttal? Sorry.
No further comment. We respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate that. We'll now close the public hearing. Need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance Z 705-99-00-09-24 by council seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Ford.
So move.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilmember Teeter? All right, the motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance Z 705-99-00-09-24 by council seated and approved on first reading. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance Z-705-99-00-09-24, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by zoning the property annexed as the Tower Landfill annexation from Adams County A-3 to PUD zone district and approving the PUD zone document. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5 and 2 noes and 2 excused absences. Okay. All right, on to ordinance V-93-24, vacating of a portion of Himalaya Street. Tonight's, it says estimated time, 20 minutes. Let's see. Tonight's fourth public hearing is case number V-93-24. I remind council of the following. Only ask questions, gather facts, but not express opinion, or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on facts developed in this hearing and the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. I will invite the city attorney to address the council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing. Per council policy number CP 2-22, it will limit testimony for the applicant to the city to 5 minutes each. Invite the applicant to make a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor. Council members, Eric Carlson, Foster Graham, Milson and Kalisher, 360 South Garfield Street. That's Denver 80209. I'd like to start this public hearing by incorporating by reference the previous public hearings that we've heard tonight. As we've discussed, this is a package of land use approvals regarding the Tower landfill and the annexation property. And this is the last public hearing tonight. So we incorporate by reference the previous testimony and evidence that was submitted and look forward to our final discussion of the evening. This map shows us the Himalaya Street there identified in blue. As we've discussed tonight, I think you're all familiar now that the street there identified as Himalaya bisects the existing Tower landfill property and the annexation property. It is in fact not a developed right-of-way. It's a dirt, farm road, and has never been, developed for public or legal access. The Himalaya Street it borders two properties there. The Denver property to the south, in the blue, is the second property to the full and wider, or to the annexation property that it abuts. And we have worked with your city attorney to make sure that the vacation ordinance has a condition of approval in there that says this vacation of Himalaya Street is not effective unless and until there is a memorandum of agreement with the Denver International Airport that provides alternative legal access to that property. So we have a representative of the Denver International Airport here with us tonight if you have any questions, but the kind of in summary, that property is currently owned by the airport. Republic and the airport are in negotiations over an agreement that'll grant alternative access. We've asked that be a condition of approval such that you can approve the vacation ordinance request tonight. Because we comply with that condition, we apply with all of the approval criteria that are shown on your screen, and that is we're consistent with the comprehensive plan. This will enable the cohesive use there between the existing Tower landfill and the annexation property, which now has a future land use designation of utility. The land is no longer necessary for public use, and it has not been to this date. And if, Republic obviously will have legal access at the relocated entrance, so it won't be necessary for public use, nor will the property to the south. Upon an agreement between those two parties, the vacation will not create any landlocked properties because of the agreement that will be recorded, but prior to the effectiveness of this vacation ordinance. Thus, it won't render any parcel unreasonably or economically prohibitive. And it will not reduce the quality of public services to any land. Again, this right-of-way hasn't been developed and it doesn't have any utility lines in it or any public services. So there's no reduction of services by vacating this. And we have a subdivision plat currently under review with the city, which we will continue to process upon the approval of this vacation. So we have our team available for questions. Happy to answer any questions further discuss, we respectfully request your approval of this right-of-way vacation. Thank you.
Okay. All right, do any council members have questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll invite Dalton Guerra, Senior Planner, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Dalton Guerra, Senior Planner. We are now on the vacation of right-of-way application. Himalaya Street extends south of 88th Avenue between the existing landfill and the property to be annexed. It's approximately 3,286 feet. There's a graphic I was just shown in the applicant's presentation. There's a picture of the road. You can see it's unimproved. It's a dirt road. It's really just used to access those two properties from 88th Avenue. This was heard by the Planning Commission on June 4th. There were 2 members of the public in support of the request. Planning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend approval, subject to one condition, which was to have an access agreement, that an agreement had been executed between the City and County of Denver and the applicant to permit alternative access to the parcel to the south of the subject property. Some considerations: Himalaya Street is unimproved. That agreement is required as a condition of approval, and that the property will have, to be annexed, will have access directly from East 88th Avenue. So even if Himalaya Street is vacated, the subject property to be annexed will still have access from 88th Avenue from the relocated entrance to the landfill. Here's a look at the approval criteria. Again, these were addressed in the staff report. Happy to go through any of these individually. Thank you.
Okay, any council members have questions? I have a question. A little blue box, is that part of Aerotropolis?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, Mayor?
Since DIA owns that land, is that part of Aerotropolis, that blue box?
Part of what? I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
The blue box, where it says Denver property?
I don't know what that is.
The question, Mr. Guerra, is the blue box that shows the Denver property, is that a part of the larger Aerotropolis Economic Development Initiative in partnership with Adams County and other municipalities?
I am not sure, City Manager.
City Manager, can you?
Thank you for that question, Mayor. It's my understanding that that property, without getting confirmation, is within the influence area within Aerotropolis. But whether or not there is an actual identified development strategy for that, I cannot speak on. I can only speak of what we know and what they've been marketing, which is obviously in closer proximity.
Okay, thank you. All right, on to the last public hearing. See no other questions? Okay, I will now invite the public to provide testimony in the same. If you're signed up to speak, for the record, please come up front, state your name, and either support or oppose. We welcome your comments and input to ensure efficient hearings. All persons are required to observe the following. Each person desired to speak must have registered with the city clerk. When you are recognized to speak, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and state whether you support or oppose the case. Before providing testimony, all comments, testimony shall be made from the podium. No comments or testimony shall be present from the audience. Comments and testimony are to be directed to the mayor and the city council. Dialogue inquiries to the members of the staff or the seated audience not permitted. Inquiries that requires staff response will be referred to staff by the mayor, and it is desire to hear all relevant testimony on this topic in a timely manner within atmosphere of respect of procedures are designed to ensure that occurs. All public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation. We look forward to hearing your comments. Well, now I ask the city clerk to call on those registered to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Yep. As you said, the 3 individuals signed up to speak are Andrew D., Steve C., and Rick W. If you wish to provide public comment on this, you can come up to the podium and do so, and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Andrew DiBiase. I'm with Rocky Mountain Recycling at 6510 Brighton Boulevard, Commerce City, Colorado, and I approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Cerisa with Fiore and Son, 8062nd Avenue, Denver. We approve, we recommend approval for this motion.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Does the applicant wish to make any rebuttal?
No further comments. We respectfully request your approval tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now close the public hearing. I need a motion and second to introduce ordinance V-93-24 by council of the seat and approve on first reading. Councilmember Dukes.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
All right, any discussions? Councilmember Teeter. Councilmember Dukes.
I just want to thank Dalton for your time and the city staff for putting this together. I know this is a lot of process and a lot of things to put together. And thank all the applicants and the folks that came and stayed until 11. And I hope that this demonstrates us as a city, we're looking for not just opportunities for partnerships, but we're creating a city that is business friendly. And so appreciate your time.
All right, any other discussion? All right, the motion on the floor to introduce ordinance ZV, what about it says ZV? That shouldn't be ZV. All right, to introduce ordinance V-93-24 by council seated and approved on first reading. Will now ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance V-93-24, an ordinance vacating right-of-way comprised of a portion of Himalaya Street approximately 3,286 feet in length extending south of East 88th Avenue in Commerce City, Colorado. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes unanimously with two excused absences. Okay. All right, on to administrative business. Any council member has administrative business items, emergency, unforeseen circumstances? Councilmember Ford.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I got a call today from Joey Delzato with Del West. Del West is looking for a letter, and I guess they reached out to the city manager. The city manager said it would have to go through council. It is a letter supportive from the city so that they could request funding from Proposition 123 for an additional apartment building at the dog track development. And I'm just bringing that as the messenger to bring it before council. Apparently, they need this letter by Friday.
Is that your motion?
I'll make it a motion. Motion to give Del West a letter to access Proposition 123 dollars.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I think we need more information on this before we make any decisions. There is a whole plan for the Greyhound Park area that was to include market rate apartments. And by using 123, they're going to be doing affordable apartments. All those homes are people who bought market rate homes, if you will, and are now suddenly surrounded by only affordable. So it's almost a discussion that we need to have as a city council with the city manager leading that discussion, because I don't think that we can make this decision in haste, because there is a plan for Greyhound Park. And there may be more going on than meets the eye.
Okay. Councilmember Ford?
I don't disagree, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm not requesting amendment to their PUD or anything else. I'm just asking for a letter so that he can request Proposition 123 dollars before the deadline. Anything that would be changed with their PUD would have to come back before this council. And I'm not saying that I'm supportive of amending the PUD at this time. I'm just saying without the letter, he can't apply for Proposition 123 dollars.
All right, before we go for a second one there, well, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
City Manager Rogers, can you explain to us that we would not be doing anything that would move the dial in a direction that we're not prepared to do at this point?
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate that question. I think just for a point of clarity, and I want to start with the PUD. The PUD is explicit that the type of housing, not in who that housing will support, is what's called out. So for instance, the PUD for Fair Housing Act purposes does not speak to whether it is a for rent, for sale, market rate, or affordable. It speaks to whether it's single-family detached, single-family attached, single-family row house, townhome, or multifamily. So the conversion of a product from market rate to affordable will not be tripped or would require an amendment of the PUD. So I can't say in certainty whether their transition from market rate to affordable would have any trickle-down effects to other agreements that Del West may have with the city and/or with the URA as it relates to the build-out of the Mile High project. I will say, generally speaking, there was always contemplation that the Greyhound Park would be a mixed income development that was both affordable as well as market rate for sale and for rent product. As we understand it right now, we have a number of different units, both in that single family attached and detached and vertical construction, being the apartments, leaning more towards affordable. So I think, to your points, the discussion has to be held at the council with myself and my team providing you some information as to the true implications of what that decision may or may not lead to based off of what we have as approvals.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
Just point of clarification, this is a letter just for support to even access the dollars, correct? Is that-
Councilmember Ford?
That's all I have.
Councilmember Douglas?
I will not be in support of this.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. I received an email as well stating the same, but there's so many problems going on right now with the apartments. The people who moved over there and bought those homes and paid market rate for the homes off of 64th are not happy for what's going on right now. And to actually impact them more with the same product would devastate that area. They have asked for Del West to buy them out so they could leave, and Del West said no. They're not going to entertain that. They refuse to help the people, and yeah, a lot of finger pointing. So yeah, until we can actually know what's going on, this is actually also something we need to think about going forward with how things are going to be built out, because if they can't stick to what's been obligated and approved, that's a problem. So I will not be supporting this motion. Okay, there's a first and second on the floor. And all those in favor say aye. Oh, sorry. Will city clerk take a roll call vote?
Your vote is open.
All right, that fails three yeses and 4 noes, and 2 excused absences. All right. Councilmember Dukes? Yep, still same thing?
Sir?
Yes.
I wasn't going to address this, but this is tonight, this is in regards to tonight's comments during public hearing. And I wasn't going to address it, but, I've learned early on, if silence means compliance, and if you don't speak up for what's right, it means you're in compliance of it. I must address a couple comments tonight. When you use words from a resident here around attacking me in hate speech, around being ignorant and corrupt, that's not acceptable. I resent that word because it's not just because I have a different opinion of how we use metro districts and how I feel we can use them differently to attract retail and amenities. I resent because when you use those words, because of the hate that's behind it, it's not acceptable. And I resent those words because it's not just that it's attacking me, but it's attacking the 3,638 votes that I received as an at-large council member. The attempt to silence the silent majority because I listened to them and I talked to them separately is not okay. So when you use words like corrupt and ignorant, you try to silence the voices that voted for me because you feel like their vote was not made in a decision and in an informed manner. That's not okay. The last reason I resent those words is because it perpetuates a stereotype for minorities and black men of color around the ability to be in leadership positions. When you say someone's ignorant, to attack someone's character at that level, that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable for minorities, it's not acceptable for women in leadership, it's not acceptable for LGBTQ plus folks in leadership. It's not acceptable. As a council, we can't sit and pass all these proclamations and resolutions and applaud things, but still stay silent when hate speech is spewed from the podium, and it's not acceptable. And so with that, I can't stay silent because compliance means silence is compliance, and I look forward for us to do better. I think about a city where we can disagree and we can find solutions through disagreements, not through the attempt to try to scare and to try to have hate rhetoric. We can't celebrate having a black mayor and applaud that and then be able to have others be attacked on the dais, whether it's me or other folks that are sitting here side by side. We can't have week-long meetings and retreats and time we have side-by-side opportunities to discuss the future of our city and still let other members of our council be attacked in that nature. So that's not acceptable. With that, I yield my time.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noel?
Yes, thank you. And I don't know what the rules are regarding public comment, but I suppose the First Amendment applies in some way. But do we have anything in council policy about public comment?
Council Policy 20 is the council policy that specifically speaks to public comment. Just to be clear, the council policies govern how council will respond and when when council members will respond to public comment. That is distinguishable from First Amendment rights for individuals to come up and say whatever they deem appropriate. So again, if the council's interested in revising CP 20 and how and when you respond, right? For example, allowing any individual to come up, speak for 3 minutes and not ask questions. You certainly can do that. I've seen other municipalities do it that way. Another option is to have those questions that may arise to the council
I only have 3 minutes left.
identified in administrative business. Understood.
All right, thank you. We can deal with that later. I would like, under administrative council business, I want clarity on the study session regarding Jackie Valdez's issues. and that I don't believe the motion included the city staff coming back with solutions for us to discuss or proposed ideas for solutions. What was your impression, City Manager Rogers? I don't want us to just sit there and talk about their problems.
As I understand from the wording of the motion that was pulled, conduct an assessment by driving through rights-of-way owned by and maintained by CDOT Adams County to identify potholes and other opportunities for.
No. I'm talking about the Jackie Valdez study session. That was my motion. You're reading someone else's motion. I asked for a study session at the end of August to discuss Jackie Valdez's issues.
I will have to circle back with the city clerk. I remember that discussion, ma'am. So
To be set up in August.
to be set up in August.
Yep, at the last meeting, at last study session in August.
Yes, the study session, which the core city issues brought up at the July 15th regular meeting.
There you go.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
It's a little late in the evening.
Whoever helped you, yay, you.
Yes, well, I've got great staff. We have been discussing internally how to take the various items that were raised at that meeting, which encompassed, thank you for that. I was actually talking with our deputy about that matter over the weekend and how to advance that. As it currently stands, we are going to be presenting information with respect to the scope of issues from weed, rights-of-way, ATVs, truck traffic. And our staff did go back to reconfirm that was the intended discussion from that motion that was made on July 15th.
Okay.
So yes, we are still shooting for that discussion on September 23rd.
September 23rd.
Yes, ma'am. We have a full slate of items on August 26th. We have the public banking discussion. We have the Adams County Health Department discussion, which were previously scheduled and slated for. Those two items alone are slated for an hour discussion. Bear with me for a moment. I would share this with you. When you all were making those, I did not have an opportunity to be able to weigh in as to whether or not the end of August would be an opportunity for us to be able to deliver as such, so we had to look at a future date.
I think the concern was that school was opening, and because this is dangerous for children who are going to school right across the street from Ms. Valdez's home, that was, so waiting until September 23rd is 2 months into the school year for Adams 14. So that's a challenge.
I guess, I appreciate this conversation. I guess I'm trying to understand.
That's my beep. And I have two more things, so I'm gonna have to come back again, but you can finish your answer.
I guess I'm trying to understand. Obviously, we will be able to. Obviously, if there's anything from a safety and a critical matter that we can tackle from an operations standpoint, I don't think that necessarily needs to wait to a study session for us to be able to go address. So if there is an issue in which there's improper sidewalks, or if there's not crosswalks where there should be identified, or if there's traffic concerns that we can address, we have shown in most recent past and historically that we will tackle those immediately. If we're talking about something more policy perspective, not just for that affects Jackie's neighborhood, and I just can't look at Jackie's neighborhood, I have to look at the entire core city, because I would not be surprised that these issues that we're talking about, whether it's weeds, rights of way, or ATVs, are just affecting her neighborhood. It's more global than that. So if there's more direct issues that she has, I would encourage her or others to reach out to the appropriate sources to have those addressed.
We have been doing that for over a year. That was the point of the study session, Mr. Rogers, so that we could get some clarity around this.
If I may, ma'am, I appreciate that, and I understand that. At the same time, I have to communicate that we are taking action, we are looking into it. Now, whether or not, and this is just globally, whether or not we are able to meet the needs of our resident while we're doing the operations, that's a very different conversation. But we are not going to turn a blind eye to issues when we receive them or when we hear them. Whether they come in a Monday meeting or if they come to me and my staff independently, we will continue to keep jumping on those. What we understood was a more global discussion about the issues at a higher level about how to address the core city.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in here on Jackie Valdez's neighborhood and the fact that every Monday night we hear from Miss Valdez. I think one thing that may help is I know our police department has light pole cameras. If we could get a camera installed on the light pole near her home, that would be able to identify the violations and the frequency of the violations so we can see the severity of the issue based on documentation from this camera system. It may better help us to come up with a solution or a means to curtail the problem. And I just think that that would be evidence of these violations. I drive through there 2 or 3 times a week. I'm there at the wrong time because I don't see the violations. I want to have a true finding of the severity and the frequency of the violations so that we can appropriately act to take care of Ms. Valdez's problems.
So, City Clerk just sent me over the exact motion language. Motion was made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Kim, to have a study session to analyze core city issues, 18-wheelers, traffic, mini bikes, potholes, overgrown weeds, to be brought to council by September. So if we want to modify that to be a little bit more specific, we can obviously do such, but that's what we've been working from, and we can take this and other information that comes tonight into account for that discussion. But I only say, once again, there's issues, please continue sending them over the wall to us, and we will continue to keep addressing them within our existing means and regulations that we can do as such.
Well, I guess my request is to see, because Mayor Pro Tem has a point, she made a motion to try to get this done by August. I don't want the time to expire. I'd like to have some evidence created by the city. If we could install one of those cameras, if it's at all possible to get that camera up and be able to identify the frequency and severity of the violations that are occurring on 68th Avenue near Ms. Valdez's house, I think it would be pertinent information for me to have to make a decision on taking care of an issue that may be in front of her home. That's all I got. Thank you.
You need a motion on that?
Sure. I'll make a motion to direct staff to look into the viability of putting up a pole camera to identify the frequency and severity of violations occurring near Ms. Valdez's house.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter?
As soon as possible.
Second the motion.
All right. Okay, City Clerk, please do a roll call vote.
You're going to have to give me a moment to type this in.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. That's okay.
Yes, Councilmember Kim?
Quick question, Mr. Rogers. Regarding those flock camera systems we're talking about here, have they already all been installed? Do we already have any do we have any in stock that we can install? I guess that's where I'm concerned about, and I understand. I get what Councilmember Ford is saying about installing one there, but I don't know if we actually have one. And then with regards to by the end of August, yeah, absolutely, I agree. Mayor Pro Tem's right. We need to do something by end of August to get it on there. But then we need to remove something from that study session that we have in August, do we not? Unless we have it on a weekend, unless we have it on a different day outside of a study session, because because it sounds like we've already got a full agenda as it is.
Right now, you have 5 different presentations on August 26th. Right now, we have them ranging between 30 and 45 minutes that have you concluding at 9:20. Once again, that 9:20 is to give you contingency for overrun of certain discussions that may come. Like I said, we have Adams County Health. We have a Chambers widening design update. We have Highway 2 median design discussion for safety along Highway 2 from 69th up to 112th. And then we have a discussion around the master transportation plan and then public banking.
So I guess the question is, how long are we planning on taking with regards to Ms. Valdez's issues? How much time do we really need? If we're already set right now for slated for 9:20, I bet you we'll go to 10:30 because there will be questions on all the other stuff, because those are some very important topics. So it goes back to this council to make a determination, what exactly do we want to remove off if we want that study session to occur for Ms. Valdez at the end of August? And I put that on the rest of council.
If I may answer your first question about flock, we are still in the process of installing flock cameras. Don't hold me to it, but the cost for a camera that's outside of the scope of where we've already identified installation is somewhere around $2,500 for an additional camera. Not expensive, but also whether or not it's within the system that we've already, or the ecosystem that we've established or created for the triangulation to work, that maybe becomes problematic. I would first say, let's address if we have the availability of a light pole cameras and the functionality of that. And if that doesn't work, then obviously can come back to you next Monday if I need for you all to give me different direction.
I would just be also afraid of the fact that I understand we want to do this under where Ms. Valdez, who has been consistently coming here every Monday, has consistently mentioned all the issues that we've had, and I appreciate her for that. But what goes to show, I guess, who's to say that if, John Smith decides to come in, who lives somewhere, in the core city, says, hey, I need one at my house. The next person comes in and say, hey, I want one at my house. I don't know what kind of precedents we're trying to set here. And I understand, though, with Ms. Valdez, she does have a lot of issues that she has addressed. I've seen it myself as well. I'm sure Councilmember Ford, along with the rest of council, has seen it too. Yeah, I just want to make sure that is made aware with folks. But again, regarding study session, we want to have it at the end of August. What do we want to pull off at the end of August study session in order to make this one to happen? If we want to have it by then. Otherwise, September 23rd, it seems like is the next viable option. Thank you.
All right. Time's running out over here, so I gotta just ask real quick. Each one of you, each council member has a sponsorship package for a night on the Greenway. The only reason why I'm asked to bring this forward is because we don't.
There's still a motion on the table.
Yeah.
Mayor Douglas, we still have Councilmember Ford's motion on the
Okay.
floor.
All right. You ready for it?
I am now. Thank you for providing me that time.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Your vote is open, sir.
Okay, that passes unanimously, 7 with 2 excused absences. All right, back to this Sand Creek Regional Greenway. The only reason why this came up is because we were at the I-270 meeting, and Mo, who serves on the Sand Creek Regional Greenway, was going to give a couple tickets there, and I said, what's going on? Don't we have someone on that board? And I guess there was some mix-up. Councilmember Teeter is on there, but there wasn't proper notification to get his information over to them in the time. So he spoke with her last week, and he will be attending those meetings going forward. But this happens to be August 10th this weekend, and so I'm asking the council to approve within our budget to approve $2,500 which is the Keister, and it's $2,500 for table tickets for 4. And it has her promotional name on a banner and email and all that stuff. And printed in the evening program, a quarter page. But the main thing is to ask for $2,500 to support a night in the Greenway. That's my proposal. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. My comment is that the Greenway is so unintegrated in our process, and the city has given millions to this organization, millions, for greening the Greenway at Sand Creek, and it's almost impossible to find where the entrance is to the Sand Creek Greenway. I would like to see more. When I was the representative to the group, I asked that our money be used for working with our Hispanic population. And I didn't make any headway that direction.
Yep.
So I don't know, I'm not keen about the 2,500. I am in support of 1,000, but not 2,500, because I haven't seen enough out of them, even without Mr. Teeter not being at the meetings. That didn't matter for me.
Okay. Well, I can change it to 1,000. That's 2 tickets.
Is this a motion that you're
It's a
making?
motion, yes.
I'll second that motion.
All right. Okay, any more discussion? Mayor Ford and Councilmember Ford?
Thank you, but that was, I just wanted to comment on my previous motion during discussion about the cameras. They're not the flock cameras that I'm talking about. These are cameras that they've had
Yeah.
for many years that they put up in certain areas when there is crime going on in an area to identify the frequency of the crime. So they've had these for a long time. I think that they should be able to do that.
All right, thank you. So I switched my motion to sponsor $1,000. So you accept on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion on that? All right.
Yeah, I got some discussion just on the meeting part. I have been trying to get on that committee since January, and it still hasn't come up on my calendar. So finally, I just went in the back door and I filled out an application.
All right.
And I'm requesting to become a member of their board.
Okay.
And maybe they'll send me some information after that on when the meetings are going to be and go from there.
All right, appreciate that. Okay,
Your vote is open, Mayor.
thank you. Okay, that passes 7 with 2 excuse absences. All right, Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So just back to my earlier comment too, Councilmember Ford, thank you for the clarification on that. With regards to the fact we want to get Ms. Valdez's issues brought up forward on August 26th, based on what Mayor Pro Tem says, my recommendation or my motion would be to, looking at the August 26th study session, we need to remove, I'd like to have the Chambers widening design update and Highway 2 median design options removed. That is my motion.
Okay, it's a motion. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to make that second, or are you waiting for something else? Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh.
Were you making a second?
I'll second that, but I was following up on my other
All
2
right.
things.
Okay, all right. Any discussion? Should make it for Saturday. Okay, no discussion. Waiting for the clerk. Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, City Manager Rogers, does that push, I'm okay with the motion, but I wanted to double check to make sure, does it conflict us moving those 2 items with any of your operational plans?
No, I think we'll have to just reverse engineer we continue to work towards the adoption of the master transportation plan by the identified timeframe that we've established. The Highway 2 median design project, obviously, we're coming to a position where we're going to have to start making some critical decisions about appropriations for future years out. Obviously, given that will go from a design study to a capital improvement project. And that, once again, this is kind of talk through where we're at in the design, where we continue to move forward, and obviously then come back to you all. It's going to cost X if you want to do this design. So that's not, these two aren't necessarily critical. If they come back within the next month or two, we do have time potentially to look at it in the first October meeting of the October 14th, where right now we only have 2 items on that agenda. But it's just, once again, things for your consideration.
Your vote is open, Mayor.
All right, that passes 6 with 1 no and 2 excused absences. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have 2 things I need to bring up. One of them is about HOAs being subsumed in metro districts and whether that requires any kind of action by the city. And also whether, when that occurs, do the CC&Rs disappear? Or is that irrelevant to us? Is this just a civil matter that has nothing to do with the city? I'd like to be able to explore that. And there has been a chip seal request on the books since January. Technically, it was a little earlier than that. It was November of last year. I asked the resident to send in the request himself in January. I have done so again in May, and I did so again 2 days ago. This is on 104th Way off of Landmark. In addition, we requested street sweeping because there was a lot of gravel on his street, and the street sweeping hasn't occurred either. He is vitally opposed to chip seal and has sent us information about lawsuits that have occurred with chip seal. So I'm sure that would be a different discussion for us at some point, why we use chip seal rather than asphalt. So anyway, if we could address his chip seal issues, the cracks in 104th Way, and also sweep in that area. And then my question is about the HOA metro districts.
Thank you for both of those, ma'am. My office will have to work with the city attorney's office with respect to the first matter of HOAs and metro districts and being subsumed. To the next piece about the chip seal, street sweeping, we can have our public works team look into that matter. You said you uploaded that into Access C3.
I've done so in May. I did so last week, end of the month, maybe. He did it in January.
Okay. Mayor, if I may, I don't want to split hairs, but I want to make sure we get this correct. The draft motion that I have about the pole camera installation, and this is the verbiage that was stated, to direct staff to look into the feasibility of installing a pole camera near Jackie Valdez's neighborhood to study the frequency, severity of traffic violations, and install a pole camera as soon as possible if warranted. So that's a two-step process, right? So I just want that to be understood, not just for you all, but for the larger community, the community at large, that, right, if it's not warranted because we're not finding that activity, we would not take that next step to installing that light pole. I just want to make sure that I have the same understanding as you all.
Yes.
How do we know that it's not warranted if we're not using a camera?
I guess we would have to go to the good old sleuthing and looking at having other means of collecting information and data. I mean, we do have some data that our officers have collected in regards to that matter and have not been able to substantiate the issue, but we will continue to look at different means to diversify that collection of data that demonstrates one thing or another.
All right, thank you. All right, you got 4 minutes left. And well, now 3 minutes, 11:57. Does anybody have anything else? Seeing none. City manager, you got any report?
Couple quick things. Tomorrow's National Night Out. We're going to be at 6 different locations, so neighbors, please come out, interact with PD, have some quality conversations with them on as it pertains to how they can better serve the community. We're in the process of standing up our own motor vehicle division in our CCPD so that we would not have to rely on Colorado State Police. We are also going to start promoting the Talk Around Town events, which will kick off in September, informal conversations based on meeting with our council members at local businesses. And then last but not least, I will be out of the office starting half day on Thursday and all day on Friday.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney.
I'll be very quick. I just wanted to introduce our new Deputy City Attorney, Deanne Durfee, who is in the house tonight. And that is it. Thank you.
And these will, I can't say the next 2 meetings what they'll be like, but they're stacked. But welcome to Commerce City. Appreciate that. All right. Okay, with that, I want to thank the council for the last 2 weeks to having the town halls. They were very productive. We got a lot out of them. And we move on to individual wards, and we'll continue this. And just a shout out to the golf, Bison Golf Course. That Garrett over there reached out to the Divas groups, and they had 2 weeks to get this done, and they're able to sell out within a matter of hours. They're gonna have 75 participants tomorrow night and have an event with the Divas. So shout out to our Buffalo Run Golf Course. And with that, I need a motion to adjourn the meeting. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Douglas?
Second.
All right, we adjourned at 11:59 with 45 seconds.
It's 30 seconds. My phone.
Your vote is.
Still under midnight. Have a good night. Have a great night. Thank you. Oh, boy.